pressure's coming, but I think the momentum that is being driven and propelled by these young women from Auckland Dio, they're going to take this out in a pretty convincing fashion. Wanganui Collegiate are going to have to wait and see if they're one of the fastest finishers. Well done, Dio. Auckland Diocesan, you've nailed that. Very good indeed. Then we've got Wanganui, then we've got the crew from King's College. They're taking third. There's quite a lot of some great racing there. And that's the fourth heat. Let's see if I can get started a bit quicker on the fifth heat. Goodness, I've got 6 heats. On this particular, let's just give you an idea of some of the timing of this. So heat 1 was won in 7:31.74. Heat 2, 7:35.75. Heat 3, 7:37.40. And I don't know about heat 4 yet. But let's get on to heat 5. Okay, Takapuna Grammar in lane 1. Chloe Pizarro, Gaylord Alexander, Kira Penny, Holly Shipkov, and Ashley Bork is the Cox. In lane 2, for Tony 1, Grace Broom, Jossie Proctor, Lucy Harrison, Annabelle D, and Miller Sowerby. In lane 3, Hamilton Girls High School number 2 crew, Paige Mocha, Paige Murray, Michaela McFarlane, Luca Barker, Monique Austin. In lane 4, North Shore, Maya Shark, Tasman McCasey, Elsha Stratford, Brianna George, and Lily Richardson. In lane 5, Aramaho Wanganui, Lauren Davies, Abigail Roy, Jessie Head, Lily Rose Flack, and Ella Waddy. In lane 6, Cambridge 11, Charlotte Wilson, Donnie Van Dijk, Sienna Frethy, Brooke Cameron, Ainsley Simmons is the Cox. In lane 7, we have Haraki Plains, number 1 crew, Jasmine Davis, Georgia Green, Poppy Baum, Taylor Gibbs, Zara Siddons is the Cox. And in lane 8, Auckland number 1, Emily Swain, Ruby Turner, Isabel Day, Mia Breen, and Evie Wilson is the Cox. Winner takes all, really, in this one. It is a hard progression, and the 2 next fastest. Now, who's who in the zoo here? Well, the one sitting in front of the umpire boat in lane 4, that's North Shore. They're travelling extremely well. And Cambridge in lane 6 is also going well. And then we've got a breadth of 1, 2, 3, 4 boats that are sort of level, and then we've got a couple sitting out the back. So the ding dong from these 2 crews, where it's going to be on a knife edge, or is it, is going to be between North Shore and Cambridge. Is it a faster heat? I have no idea, ladies and gentlemen, but I can tell you that the last heat was probably the fastest. That was 7:32.24 by the girls from Auckland Diocesan. So we're coming down here. We have a race, a real race here, a tight race is what I should say. Of course, it's a real race. Petone just needs to straighten up their steering. They're going a little wonky. Here we have North Shore and Cambridge. Pretty neck and neck here. Who's got more juice in their tank? Well, I was going to say North Shore. I thought North Shore had just picked up their rating, but Cambridge has responded. North Shore's got a little bit more momentum from my viewpoint. And they're gaining by a seat, 2 seats, 3 seats. Cambridge coming back, but it's definitely North Shore's race. So congratulations to North Shore. Cambridge, you'll have to wait and see if you're one of the fastest qualifiers. Then we've got Hamilton girls just coming through, then Aramaho, Wanganui. Then we come back to Takapuna Grammar. Over to Hauraki Plains, back to Petone, and over to Epsom Girls Grammar. And on the water we have the final heat of the women's intermediate Cox Quadruple Sculls. 7 boats in this race. And early would say that it is Hamilton that's leading the charge to the finish line. Anya Bansal, Morgan Kaywood, Corbin Radford and Ella Cloak, Bria Duncan, coached by Georgia Allen. So that's my early prediction at this stage. But in lane 1 we have Counties Manukau #1 crew, Savannah Barr, Nagisha Samar Eskira, Annalise Buchanan, Genevieve Lynn, Scarlett Foster McClough, and coached by Graham Smith. In lane 2, we've got Waikato Diocesan School #1, Addison Watts, Isabel Porteous, Lily Simmons, Jessica Hawkes, and Ruby Labushan is the Cox, coached by the Dio coaching team. In lane 3, also trailing quite well. You see, you've got Hamilton way out in front, and then you've got these next 3 boats, Rotorua, West End and Hamilton Girls High School, almost level pegging, but Rotorua is leading that tranche of boats. Lauren Thompson, Anna Olsen, Cara Moody, Frances Hazeldine and Neve Allibone, coached by Alistair Riddle. West End #1, Isabel Lloyd, Amanda Chen, Milan, Tina Corey, Tarani Imozi and Samara O'Hagan is the Cox, coached by Nick Doe and Tanya Doniani. Hamilton Girls High School, going well, but they're just, none of them are catching Hamilton. Hamilton Girls High School, Bella McCarthy, Mia Parima, Elliot Rolton, Sarah Kate, Nicholas and Tiana Hill-Brown is the Cox, coached by George King and Ben Kersop. Hamilton we've discussed in Cambridge. Kate Gardner, Katie Taylor and Jade Noonan is the Cox, coached by Kaylin Wren and Amelia Barrell. But you know, hands off and bring your hands together to welcome this Hamilton crew home. What a tremendous race, textbook stuff. And Rotorua has come up into a convincing 2nd place, but it is the girls from Hamilton, coached by Georgia Allen, that are bringing this race home. What a race. It'll be interesting to watch that final tomorrow and see who's going to be on the podium, but I would put my money on them. And now we've got Rotorua coming through. In West End, Hamilton Girls High School. Then we're across here to the start, to lane 1, Counties Manukau, Waikato Diocesan, and then over to Cambridge. And that brings to a conclusion the 6 heats for the women's intermediate Cox Quadruple Sculls. Some great racing in there, and I think will be a really hot final tomorrow. There's some very impressive crews came down there, and I'm pretty sure, I wouldn't bet the farm on it, but I'm pretty sure that there's some novice rowers. This is the first year of some of these athletes in this intermediate Quadruple Sculls. So now we are on to 5 heats of the women's club single sculls. And this is kindly supported by Ebbett Toyota. So Ebbett Toyota are all over the place, but their head office is in Hamilton. And not only do they do Toyotas, but they do a whole lot of other ranges and brands of cars. And they support us very kindly in their community van. And you can look up, if you need a community van for a soccer game or whatever, they give it to you free. So it's absolutely fabulous. Their generosity is very well received, certainly around the community. And you just look up communitybus.co.nz, and I'm sure you'll find your way there. So thank you to Ebbett Toyota. In this race, it's race 135 in your program. Again, it's this horrid. Just about didn't quite nail it in the first horrid, this progression. It's first through to the A final. And then it's the 3 next fastest. So in this race, we've got Cambridge 1, Amelia Donovan. In lane 1, West End 11, Emma Durand. In lane 3, we've got Mercer 1, Sasha Robinson. In lane 4, we've got Rotorua 1, Tegan Negus. In lane 5, Hamilton Girls High School, Amelia Kepper. In lane 6, King's College number 2 crew, Cara Lodge Church. Lane 7, North Shore 1, Atlanta Bruce. And out in lane 8, Porirua 1, Layla Mackay. And I'm pretty sure this is some pretty impressive sculling by Atlanta Bruce, coached by Maren Howarth. Out in lane 7, unless something horrid happens. Horrid's the word of the day, by the way. She'll be taking this out. But just look at the speed of Sasha Robinson coming up in lane 2. And lane 3 from Mercer. Impressive rowing, but well done to North Shore, Atlanta Bruce. And then that was Rotorua just crossing the line. Now we've got West End. Oh, have we got West End? No, we haven't got West End. I think we've got Hamilton Girls High School. Then West End. Then we've got Cambridge. And then we're out to Porirua. And then back to King's College. So that final heat in the women's intermediate Cox quadruple sculls was won at a time of 7:32.99. Right, we haven't got so many ladies on the water. That's on your program. Hawke's Bay, number 1 crew, Megan Ritchie has scratched. She's lane 2, or would have been lane 2. Just a reminder, race 136, progression first through to the A final, and then the 3 next fastest. In lane 1, Hauraki Plains 2 crew, Burns. In lane 6, Whangarei 1, Isabella Hunter-Willits, coached by Chris Williams. In lane 7, Petone 1, Sydney McLean, coached by Andrew Bird. And out in lane 8, Rotorua 2, Lucy Gaston, coached by Alistair Riddle. So again, as you can see, we've got 2 boats here gunning for first place. Well, they're all gunning for first place, but there's 2 that have reality here. So it's Rotorua out in the far lane. And down here in lane 3, Tauranga Caitlin. So it's Lucy and Caitlin going head to head in this race. I think it's Caitlin's got the march here. Just look at the momentum on that bolt. Yeah, Caitlin's just pulling through here. So it is Caitlin Wayne, number 2 crew from Tauranga. She takes the honour board, then to Rotorua, and then back to Mercer, number 2 crew. Goodness me, that's quite fast racing, I think. Then we've got Hamilton. Then we come across to Hauraki. And over to Petone. And then Whangarei. And Casper Hammond. In lane 3, we've got West End 1, Jessica Taylor, coached by Nick Daw and Xavier Simpkins. Lane 4, just watch lane 2. I think lane 2, this is Imogen Worrell going really well in lane 2. Lane 3 just sitting back. The competition for Imogen will come from Angala Carney from Hawke's Bay number 2 crew. But I don't think she's giving her too much trouble at the moment. But Angala Carney, coached by Matt Lawson, and Logan Valentine Woolley, that's Hawke's Bay number 2 crew in lane 4, is the one that's going to give Imogen the pressure, I think. Then Clifton number 1 in lane 5, Jesse Pulford, coached by Jason Willems and Greg Cox. Lane 6, Mercer number 3, Ashley Pryor, coached by Brett Henry and Leanne Henry. And then in lane 7, we have King's College number 1 crew, Jemima Dryden, coached by Charlotte Freeman. But we've got a race here between Hawke's Bay and Auckland Dial. Hawke's Bay has proved me incorrect. They've got a little bit of a march. Angala's got a march on Imogen. Now we've got a real race here. Can Imogen lift her rating and catch Hawke's Bay? She's going to have to work some. Hawke's Bay just pulling away here, and Angala Carney pulling away from Imogen, and also Clifton making a good fist here. They're coming too. Will Imogen be one of the fastest finishers? We'll have to wait and see, but this race has gone to Hawke's Bay. Hawke's Bay number 2 crew and Angala Carney will take it. A really good racing here. Imogen second, then we're out to Clifton, Jesse third, and over to Mercer, and back to King's College and West End. See some times on that race once they've posted them, and I will let you know. Poppy May Parks won the third heat in a time of 8:24.70. drive where I'm looking from. Well, you've nailed it, India. That's you through to the A final. Congratulations, what a race. That was lovely to watch. In lane 4, Waikato, Katie Stewart. Kate Stewart, you'll have to wait and see, Kate, if you're fast enough. Then North Shore. And then out to Takapuna Grammar. Then Star Boating Club. And then we are back to West End. See if we can do a little ready recta here. Okay, just looking at some of the times on this, the first heat was won by Atlanta Bruce in a time of 8:13, and the second person in that race was 8:17. Then the second heat was won at a time of 8:22, third heat 8:24, fourth heat was won in a time of 8:20:30. Fourth heat was won at a time of 8:17:10, and the second person there in that race was 8:20:32. So that's pretty fast second place. And then the final heat was won in 8:29. So I would say the second fastest will come from heat 1 and heat 4. But let's see. We'll see the lineup later today, and no doubt you're all on Rowett getting the results. Now we have the men's club, Cox's Quadruple Sculls Race 140. First 3 through to the A final. We've got Gisborne in lane 1, West End in lane 2, Hamilton in lane 3, Tauranga lane 4, Waikato lane 5, Bay of Plenty Coast Composite 6, Wellington 7, and Star Boating Club in lane 8. So it is Tauranga coming home here with Bay of Plenty Coast. Oh my goodness me, then Waikato, and then Hamilton, I think, but it's the first 3 and then next fastest. But it's Tauranga's taken it, then Bay of Plenty Coast, and I ain't calling that one. Somebody who gets paid more than me can do that. Because I would upset somebody if I got that wrong, I think. Goodness me, and then we've got the West End crews coming through, thick and fast. And Gisborne. I do love watching Quadruple Sculls. They are so fast. Right, let us have a look. I've got to have a drink. I should have maybe qualified that I needed to drink water. Not just a drink. Race 141. This is the second heat of the men's coxless quadruple sculls. And this is kindly sponsored by Design Signs. Thank you very much indeed. Now, Lane 1, North Shore, number 1, James Mitchell, Thomas Clingan, William Clinging, and Callum Jarvis, coached by Liam Avery. Lane 2, Aramaho Wanganui, Eli Kune, Jake Newton, Lawrence Harkin, Nicky Maxim. Lane 3, Mercer, number 1, Max Simmerlink, Cohen Robinson, Cameron Preston, and Jack Simmerlink, coached by Brett Henry and Leanne Henry. In lane 4, Clifton number 1, Sam Williams, Clayton Potts, Luke Brock, Liam Cox, coached by Jason Williams and Greg Cox. In lane 5, West End number 1, Talisman Lloyd, Sean Brooks Adams, Alex Brown and Brad Salthouse, coached by Nick Daw and George Lawn. In lane 6, we have Lachlan Wallace, Alex Barvin, Alex King and James Little, coached by Peter Mills. And in lane 8, in lane 7 even, sorry, Mercer Composite number 2, that's Mercer and Waitemata, Leo Strode Penny, Alexander Sharp, Anton Shute, Jimmy Steenson, coached by Brett Henry and Leanne Henry. First 3 through, gosh, need to put my teeth in, to the A final plus the 2 next fastest. Now, in my Ready Recnet down here, we have Aramaho Wanganui number 1 crew going well here. Also Mercer's in with Hui. And then Clifton is leading the charge home. Gosh, they are fast, aren't they? Goodness me, look at the speed of these boats. Aren't they magical? I just love them. Look at that, and the colours of Clifton, really, their palette suits my eye. So I love that. Well done to Clifton. You're through. Congratulations. Aramaho, you're through. Mercer, you're going to have a ding-dong here, but I think you've got it. You have. Mercer got it over, it's a Mercer Composite in the far side. Now we've got West End coming through. In Auckland. And then back to North Shore. Thank you, umpire boat number 5. Okay, well those boats were fast and furious. Now we've got the men's club Cox quadruple scull, so these will be even faster. And this is very kindly sponsored by the Defence Force Careers. I don't know if they've got tent here. I don't think so. Not this regatta, maybe one of the bigger ones. That's a bit of heavy breathing, sorry. Okay, where are we up to? We've got 6 boats in this race, and we've got 6 boats on the water. First and second through to the A final, plus the 2 next fastest. And we're starting in lane 2 with Auckland 11, George Marshall, Blake Cooper, Alexander Kostjan, Cole Ellis, and Ryan Slater is the Cox. In lane 3, we've got Wellington number 2 crew, Bladen Rowe, Oliver Scott Cowie, Ted Henderson, Matthew Buttle, and Ella Young is the Cox, coached by Jason Theobald and Ella Hammond. In lane 4, we've got Cambridge 21, who are leading the charge home, Angus Denzi, Jack Carlsonai, Kadia Tukin, Joshua Yeoman, and Letsia Hay is the Cox, coached by Chris Thorson. In lane 5, Aramo Wanganui number 1 crew, Bryn Morgan, Eno Beecher, William Hurd, Charlie Brown, Chloe Fitzmallet is the Cox. In lane 6, St George's 11. Yusuf Al Shadafat, Alex Fahy, Ratan Singh, Nico McConnell, and Ceres O'Loughlin is the Cox, coached by Morgan Burt. And out in lane 7, we have Star Boating Club number 1 crew, Archie Parker, Finn Jones Rawstorn, Maxwell Kingston, Oscar Proust, and Solomon Beverley is the Cox, coached by Jess Jeffrey. So, who's who in the zoo here? We've got 3 boats that we are going to be taking, 2 boats through to the A final. Cambridge leading the pack home, and then the races between Aramahoe and Auckland. And Auckland's coming up fast and furious. Cambridge doing a very good job here. It looks a fairly fast heat, but these boats are moving fast. But it's Cambridge taking it. Now who's it going to be between Aramahoe and Auckland? Aramahoe, Auckland. Oh my goodness me, I think Auckland's got it over Aramahoe. So then Auckland will have to see whether or not Aramahoe will have to see whether or not they are fast enough. So still being very kindly sponsored by Defence Force Careers. On the water now is the second heat. The temperature seems to have dropped. There we go, get the jersey on. Tickety-boo. All set for the second heat. Lane 2. We have Waikato. In lane 3, we have Cambridge 11. In lane 4, North Shore Composite, travelling well. Lane 5, Auckland Grammar. In lane 6, St Kentigern's College, number 1 crew. And then out in the far lane, we have St Paul's Collegiate number 2 crew. So, first and second we are looking for. Are we going to have a real ding-dong on our hands? It'd be quite nice to have a ding-dong. But I think St Paul's Collegiate is going really well out in lane 7. And lane 4 is the North Shore Composite. And that's North Shore and Wanganui Collegiate. Ben Evans, Benjamin Poulton, Tyler Wayburn, Daniel McSweeney and Jack Walker is the coach. And out in that St Paul's crew, who's owning the water, Drew Ellison, Caden Robinson, Finn Rayner and William Peoples. Bruno Cropper is the coxswain, coached by Martin Simoncelli and Victoria Goodwin. Well, man, they're bringing this boat home in very resounding fashion. And don't they look good? That little bumblebee. Yes. So St Paul's Collegiate's taken the honours board. And then it's the North Shore Composite. Well done them. Their managers is the Cox, coached by Martin Simoncelli and Bruce Jones. In lane 4, we've got Wellington number 1 crew, Josh Cassidy, Lachlan Horn, Jack Jordan, Ben Neville and Isabella Sharp, coached by Matthew Hall. In lane 5, we've got St George's 12, Harrison Reeve, Nathan Strachan, Logan Turrell, James Dimmock and Isabella Chen, coached by Alan Vesta. In lane 6, we've got Star Boating Club, Pierce Lane, Tom Ward, Harry Kavanagh, Ollie Wigg and Lockie Wall, coached by Caleb Major and Ty Renner. And then Takapuna Grammar in number 1 in lane 7, Eric Brownell, Matthew Maloney, Thomas Bloom, Charlie Bolton, Maya Stebbing as the Cox, coached by Jamie Vukovic and Sam Grant. First two through to the A final. I thought the Whakatane crew would be an interesting crew to watch, and sure enough they are, along with the St George's crew. So Whakatane and St George's having a ding-dong here. I think Whakatane will take it, but don't I love to be proved wrong. And then we'll have to wait and see who's going to be one of the fastest. So Whakatane take it, then Long St George's, and then we have St Paul's Collegiate. Will they be one of the next fastest finishers? I'm not sure. Then we've got Star Boating Club, and then we are out to Takapuna Grammar, and then back to Wellington. Okie dokie, we're now on to race 145 in your programs. Men's novice coxed 4. Progression, first and second through to the A final. Ugh, don't we hate these progressions? It's probably not quite so bad, but my day, it was a lot more generous. Okay, who's our sponsor? It's Croker Oars. Well, you don't get much better than Croker Oars. All your kids will be using them, I imagine, today. Now, here we have West End 32 in lane 1. We have King's College, number 3 crew in lane 2. In lane 3, we've got Hawke's Bay, number 2 crew. In lane 4, we have Mercer, number 1 crew. In lane 5, we've got Auckland 12. In lane 6, we've got Petone 1. In lane 7, we've got Wellington 4. And in lane 8, St George's 32. So, first and second through to the A final. Now we've got a wee bit of a race, a bit of a competition, a ding-dong going on, I imagine. So, lane 4 is Mercer, and I think we can't dispute the fact that they're bringing the race home. But on their shoulder, you've got Hawke's Bay number 2 sitting in second. You've got Auckland 12, possibly in Hui, and then you've got Petone sitting in third. So this is first and second plus the 2 next fastest. These boats can move, not as fast as a quad, I don't think, but I'd have to check the times on that and speak to somebody with a higher knowledge than me. But Mercer bringing this boat home, and I think it'll be Hawke's Bay that will be second, and then Petone third. But this Auckland crew giving it loudly, but they are novice. So, you know, it comes down to their technique, how advanced they are in learning this sport. Sorry about that. But that's Mercer taking it out. Yes, they've said, ooh, good on you girls. Boys, sorry. And then we've got Hawke's Bay. You qualified too. Are you going to have a whoop whoop? Oh no, you're a bit more sedate. More gentlemanly. And then we're over to Petone. Then Auckland. Back to King's College. And then we are over to Wellington and St George's. Got to remember, and West End 32, you've got to truly remember these are novice races. This is a men's novice Cox 4. We have 8 boats on the water. In lane 1, Tauranga Boys College number 1 crew. In lane 2, Wellington number 1 crew. In lane 3, Whangarei number 1 crew. In lane 4, Auckland 11. In lane 5, St George's 31. In lane 6, King's College number 2 crew. In lane 7, Gisborne number 1 crew. And in lane 8, Wellington number 3 crew. In this, it's first and second through to the A final, and then the 2 next fastest. So we have Whangarei coming down here really well. Tamati Caldwell, Sam Mandeno, Fergus Manson, Ty Pullen and Brooke McCasey is the Cox, coached by Chris McCasey. And then sitting next to them, just leading the charge at the moment, we've got Auckland 11, William Smith, Kieran Barrington, Tom Lysaght and Ethan Fillmore. Ben Baker is the Cox. There is a ding-dong going here, but at the moment it is Auckland that has it over Whangarei. Is Whangarei going to lift it? They're certainly looking at doing it, but this at a novice level is when it can go hideously wrong. But it doesn't appear to be going wrong here, and Whangarei have it over Auckland. That was some really good pushing for them at the end. Well done, boys. Congratulations. And then it'll be St George's bringing home the 3rd place. Will they be the next fastest finisher? I'm not sure. There's a good race by King's College. And then out to Gisborne. Back to Tauranga. Wellington 1. Lewis is the Cox. That was a King's College crew. Hawke's Bay, Riley Russell, Reuben Pope, Kobe Hulton, Joss Massingham, and Zach Fitness is the Cox. Then we've now got Auckland Grammar coming across. Then we have Auckland, and that's St Peters. And we're over to West End. Wellington number 2, and then we've got Mercer coming through. This is the men's senior coxless pair oars, just coming to the finale too, first, second and third. Goodness me, we have North Shore taking it out, West End, Waikato, those are the 3 through. Sorry, we keep having little interruptions here. Now, hopefully, we won't have any more for a wee while. Okay, let's see where we are. So race 149, men's senior coxless pair oars. Heat 2, progression first, second and third through to the A final. We've got 6 boats on the water and 6 boats in the program. And this is very kindly sponsored by Crew Room. Tish, her clothes are, her rowing apparel are designed for rowers, by rowers, and they're totally sustainable. Really good product. And brought in, I think, from the UK. Really good product. So well worth having a look at if you're so inclined. So, race 149, men's senior coxless pair oars, first, second and third through to the A final, plus the 2 next fastest. In lane 2, we've got North Shore number 2, Simon Gertzimer and Alex Logan, coached by Lewis Morel. In lane 3, we've got Star Boating Club number 1, Maxim Eriksson and Sam Hickey, coached by Brooke Walker and Ella Pudney. In lane 4, Hamilton Boys High School, Zach Brownlee and Dylan McConnell, coached by Caleb Shepherd and Bruce Holden. In lane 5, we have Wellington number 1, Tom Bone and Max Newton, coached by Matthew Hall. In lane 6, West End 32, Ethan Green and Fraser McGilvery, coached by Alex Brown and Jermaine Hellriegel White. In lane 7, North Shore number 4 crew, Cruz Erdman and Jack Harrison, coached by Lewis Morel. First, second and third through to the A final and the next fastest 2. And we've got 2 heats, so there's very few that are going to miss out here, but somebody will, unfortunately. Well, it's Hamilton Boys, it's Zach and Dylan bringing the charge home here. And then Wellington. And then I've got a toss-up between West End and North Shore. I just haven't got my eye in on West End and North Shore. I think North Shore might be ahead of West End. But it's certainly Hamilton. Hamilton over Wellington. That's fairly cut and dried. Now, so we're going to see a spurt from West End and North Shore. North Shore looking across. Hamilton take it out. Wellington second. North Shore's got it. North Shore take it home. Yeah, well done. So North Shore, and then it could be the other crew will be the next fastest finisher. So no sooner do we have the men North Shore over Waikato, Diocesan, then back to the Waikato, and then West End will have to wait and see if they're one of the fastest qualifiers. Thank you very much indeed for your time, and we'll see you later during the course of the day.
Right, thanks Vicky. We now have the first heat of the men's intermediate coxed octuple sculls. Check that's what on the track it is. There are 2 heats of this, so the progression is the first 3 will progress through to the A final from each heat, and then the next 2 fastest times across the 2 heats. In this first heat in lane 1, we have Star Boating Club number 2. Lane 2 is St Paul's Collegiate. Lane 3, Bay of Plenty Coast. Lane 4 is Wanganui Collegiate. Lane 5 is Tauranga Boys College. Lane 6 is Takapuna Grammar School number 2. Lane 7 is Cambridge number 1. They're about the 750 metre mark to go, and we have a great tussle happening between 3 crews in the middle of the track. That is Bay of Plenty Coast, Wanganui Collegiate and Tauranga Boys, and I think Tauranga Boys at the moment with the advantage in the intermediate octuple, but very closely followed by both Wanganui Collegiate and Bay of Plenty Coast. So it's those 3 looking to be the automatic qualifiers, and then racing against the clock on the fast side, I think, is Cambridge. Then we come back to lane 2, St Paul's Collegiate. Those 2 racing against each other, racing against the clock, unless they can get up alongside. Great battle out here in front. I think Wanganui Collegiate now have just put themselves in front of Tauranga Boys. Wanganui Collegiate put in an early burst. They hit the 500. They've taken their rating up, and but they're not leaving Bay of Plenty or Tauranga Boys behind. Response happening now from Tauranga Boys. So they were in front before, and Tauranga Boys have really taken their rating up. So Wanganui put their nose in front, and that's forced Tauranga to respond. They're still bringing Bay of Plenty Coast not too far off the pace. I think Bay of Plenty Coast now just starting their wind. So it's all about the timing of the final run here for these 3 crews, and I think it's neck and neck now as they approach 250 metres left to travel. Big strokes happening from Wanganui Collegiate in the middle. Wanganui Collegiate, but now it's Bay Coast. So Bay of Plenty Coast left their run last out of these 3 in terms of when they started their wind, and they've now jumped to a canvas advantage over Wanganui, who in turn has a canvas over Tauranga. So all 3 of these crews will progress through to the A final tomorrow, but Bay of Plenty have timed their run to perfection, and they're continuing their momentum. They'll be the first with 100 metres left to travel, and they're moving away from Wanganui, who are now coming under a little bit of pressure from Tauranga Boys. It's going to be a battle between Wanganui and Tauranga for second, because nobody's going to catch Bay Coast in this last 100. They were the last to wind, but the first across the line. As we watch that battle for second, Wanganui versus Tauranga, all 3 of these crews will go through. Well done to Bay Coast taking out Heat 1, and it will be neck and neck, but Wanganui will just pip Tauranga Boys. They will have another great battle tomorrow. What a great tussle. And racing against the clock, it's Cambridge and St Paul's. Both of these crews still with a chance to go through, because it'll be the next 2 fastest on time. So it's good that they're pushing each other. I think St Paul's will get there just in front of Cambridge, but we will see what the next heat brings in terms of times as to who progresses through to tomorrow's final. next up is heat number 2 of the men's intermediate Cox Octuple Sculls. So looking to join Bay Coast, Wanganui Collegiate and Tauranga in the A final is Takapuna Grammar School in lane number 2, Wanganui Collegiate 2 in lane number 3. Lane 4 is Auckland Rowing Club, lane 5 St George's, lane 6 is St Kentigern College, lane number 7 Star Boating Club. And we have a bit of a tussle between, I think it's Wanganui outside of them, it's Auckland Rowing Club and St Kentigern College. So they are your first top 2 at the moment. Then we'll go back to St George's, looking to be the third qualifier. Then we have Takapuna Grammar School and Star Boating Club racing against the clock. So as they come into the 500 metres left to go, it's Auckland Rowing Club, clearly out in front. They'll have a length and a half advantage over St Kentigern College on that far side. They'll also be looking strong to qualify, as will St George's, but more spaced out between the 3 front runners in this heat compared to the first heat. Takapuna Grammar School at the moment holding on to 4th place, and they will be racing against the clock to see if they can unseat St Paul's Collegiate and Cambridge, who they will have to rely on their time to progress through. St Paul's with a 6:39, that's relatively tidy. And then Cambridge with a 6:39 as well, 0.3 seconds between the St Paul's and Cambridge from that first heat. But out front in this heat, 250 left to go, it's Auckland Rowing Club. Length advantage over St Kentigern College, who have just taken their rating up and really pushing it into the last 250 on their wind. Takapuna Grammar School, I think they've got a bit of a sniff and realise what the progression system is. They're taking their rating right up, and they are moving up on St George's. St George's currently in that automatic qualifying spot in 3rd. So it will be, then if we go out to the outside, Star Boating Club, Star will also be with the chance if they can get under that 6:39 time set from Heat 1. So well done to Auckland Rowing Club. And that's the Sacred Heart crew there, taking out heat number 2 in the men's intermediate Octuple Sculls. St Kentigern College will also qualify automatically. Out in lane number 6, they're second across the line. We come to St George's, who will get 3rd. And Takapuna will have to see what time, 6:39 is the time they're up against, versus Star and Wanganui also with a bit of a chance. One of these crews will be going forward on time. If they can beat that 6:39, I think Star on the far side have the advantage over Wanganui 2. Wanganui 1, of course, qualifying in that first heat. It's still Star holding on to the far side, but I'll bring you those times shortly as to who progresses through to the final in the men's intermediate Octuple Sculls. We go into the quadruple sculls. Just a birthday shout out for Lachlan Sparling. Lachlan Sparling, happy birthday today. So if you see him around, wish him a happy birthday. Next event down is the men's and women's premier quadruple sculls. We have 3 entrants, but only 2 have turned up, of course, in the prelim. If it is a straight final, everyone progresses through. You do not actually need to go down the track. So in lane number 2, we should have had the Ashburton Men's Premier Quad. Don't believe they are there. That will be the performance hubs between Waikato and Ashburton Gerard Wall from the Ashburton Club in that crew, but I don't believe they're coming down. It is the 2 Women's Premier Quadruple Sculls. So the first is the Rowing New Zealand Summer Squad out front here. Laura Glenn, Isabella Carter, Veronica Wall, Catherine Glenn. And they are racing against the clock with about 250 metres left to travel. And then Aramaho Wanganui on the outside of them, lane number 5, having a crack here at the Women's Premier Quadruple Sculls. Both of these crews obviously progressing through to the final tomorrow. So last 100 to travel now for the Rowing New Zealand Summer Squad. Very tidy sculling here from these ladies. They will be racing against the clock, seeing what prognostic they pull. So well done to them. And then Aramaho Wanganui on that fast side, just about 200 metres left to travel for them. And they will also progress through to the final of that Women's Premier Quadruple Sculls tomorrow, where they'll be joined by the Men's Premier Quad, and they'll race together, but there will be obviously a staggered start between the men's and women's quads. Photo next is the Women's Club Coxless 4. This race is sponsored by Mitre 10 Mega in Cambridge. Two heats of the Coxless 4 followed by the Coxed 4. And in this first race we have in lane number 2 Starboat Club 2, lane 3 is Hawke's Bay 2, North Shore Rowing Club in the middle, Auckland Rowing Club lane 5 and Petone in lane number 6. The progression across the two heats is the first 3 automatically through and then the next 2 fastest times across the 2 heats. So we look to North Shore Rowing Club, Caitlin Nord, Brooke Vincent, Atlanta Bruce and Izzy Welch out in front, coached by Marin Howarth. They will be leading very closely, followed by Petone, about half a length in at the moment. Erin Anderson, Zoe Madigan, Mia Allwood and Emma Drummond. And lane number 6 out there, so they are looking good to qualify, followed about a length and a half back to Auckland Rowing Club. So they'll be your 3 that are looking to progress through to tomorrow's A final, and then we look down to Hawke's Bay 2 and Star 2. So number 2 combinations looking to race against the clock to see if they can pick up that next fastest time. The next heat only has 4 entrants in it, so a good chance for one of those 2 to pick up a spot. 350 left to travel for North Shore. They'll have, they've just extended a bit over Petone, the last 100 metres or so. Now it's a clear water over Petone. Petone, yeah, they'll have clear water over Auckland Rowing Club, so a bit of a spread in the women's Coxless 4. Looks like North Shore's just taking a little bit of a detour, see if they can get that back on track as they approach 250 to go. They've got enough of an advantage to be able to hold on after that. We'll go back looking at that race against the clock. It'll be Hawke's Bay 2 ahead of Star number 2. Hawke's Bay 2 racing against the clock now. But North Shore 150 to travel. They've got clear water still over Petone. Auckland Rowing Club just slowly gaining on Petone. But all three of these crews will progress through, so I think they're just keeping their powder dry ahead of tomorrow. So last couple of strokes now, very composed crew, and finish there from North Shore Rowing Club, who will take out heat number 1 of the Club Coxless 4. They just keep rowing, class act, and then we go out to Petone, also progressing through along with Auckland Rowing Club. So we have a good race tomorrow between those three crews. Hawke's Bay with 100 to go are racing against the clock. But if we look to heat number 2, it's a lot closer between these 4, 3 through, and then we look to times. We'll just have to see what time Hawke's Bay picks up there and compare it to the second heat. In lane 3 we have Cambridge, lane 4 Waikato, lane 5 Hawke's Bay and Star in lane 6. And it's Waikato at the moment with 500 metres left to travel. They'll have clear water over Hawke's Bay outside of them. Then we have a great little tussle between Star Boating Club on the far side and Cambridge on the inside for that final automatic qualifying position. And they'll be racing against that Hawke's Bay 2 crew from Heat 1 on times as to who progresses through. Waikato just keeping things steady, no rating change just yet in terms of the last sprint to the line. Hawke's Bay have clicked up a notch as they approach 350 to go. In that battle for third, it's Star over Cambridge. And that's about a length that they have at the moment for that automatic qualifying spot. 250 to go now for Waikato. Isabel Murray, Zoe Fon, Madison Wright, Lucy Pike, coaches Anna DeLong and Meg Glenn. So this will be a great tussle against those three crews that were relatively close in the first heat, North Shore, Auckland and Petone. It's a good battle shaping up here in the Women's Club Coxless 4. Waikato extending as they approach the 100 metres to go. Hawke's Bay a length and a half over Star. Cambridge have overlap with Star, but I think they're still holding on to that automatic spot. Cambridge racing against the clock. So well done to Waikato, who will take out the second heat of the Women's Club Coxless 4, followed by Hawke's Bay and then back to Star. Cambridge has had a little bit of a mishap which will impact their run against the clock. Hopefully they can get back up and running. Time to beat from that second heat, Hawke's Bay at 750. So we now look to the first heat of 3 of the Women's Club Coxed 4s. And the progression here is the first two automatically go through and the next two fastest across all three heats. In lane number 1, we have West End 2. Lane 2 is North Shore 3. That'll be Westlake Girls High School. Lane 3 is Auckland Rowing Club. That'll be Auckland Diocesan. Lane 4 is Hamilton Rowing Club. Lane 5 is Hawke's Bay. Lane 6, Starboating Club. Waikato Diocesan number 2 in lane 7. And West End, that'll be Barradine out on the far side. And with 2 going through, the battle is in lanes 4 and 5 between Hamilton and Hawke's Bay. I think Hawke's Bay have the advantage. Yes, it's about half a length advantage to Hawke's Bay over Hamilton. And then on the far side, it's Waikato Diocesan number 2 trying to get up alongside to take one of those automatic qualifying positions from one of these crews. And then the rest racing against the clock or the B final. So 300 to go, Hawke's Bay. Hawke's Bay just extending here out to about a length now over Hamilton as Waikato Diocesan on that far side, putting in some big powerful strokes to pull up alongside Hamilton and try and take that spot off them. But they've still got about a length to try and make up in the last 250 metres. So here comes Hamilton back though. They had that length, Hawke's Bay had the length, but Hamilton now really giving it a good kick as I think they've seen that challenge from Waikato Diocesan on the far side really creep up alongside them. So Hamilton have had to rally. It's 100 metres left to go. Only 2 automatically through, the rest against the clock. And it is Waikato Diocesan getting closer and closer, but I think they're going to run out of runway. It's going to be very close as we come down to the line. Hamilton Rowing Club looking across at them all the time. It's down to about a canvas. Hawke's Bay are going to be automatically qualifying, but who's going to grab that second spot? Hawke's Bay are through, and it will be Hamilton who hold on, automatically progressing through to the final of the Women's Club Coxless 4. And Waikato Diocesan will be racing against the times of the other heats. Then we come down to Auckland Diocesan, Mount Albert Grammar School, Westlake Girls High School, Star, and then we go over to Barradine. So now heat 2 of the Women's Club Coxless 4. Again, the same progression, first 2 through and then the rest on time. Lane number 1, we have Auckland Rowing Club. That will be Auckland Dio. Lane 2 is Waikato Diocesan. Lane 3 is Cambridge. Lane 4, West End Rowing Club. That'll be Mount Albert Grammar School. Lane 5, Westlake Girls in the North Shore colours number 2. And Skendon College in lane number 6. And West End Barradine in lane number 7. Okay, there is a vehicle blocking gate 2 parking. It's a white VW hatchback, license plate NPH 984. Please move your vehicle. VW white hatchback NPH 984. Please move your vehicle now. Okay, back to the race. This is heat number 2, and it looks like lane 2, Waikato Diocesan number 1. It's the number 2 combination, just waiting for the times to come through to see if they progress. But the number 1 crew are out in front by about 2 lengths with 500 to go. So they're looking strong to qualify. Then we'll go out to West End. That'll be Mount Albert Grammar School. Currently holding on to second. They'll be about a length and a half clear of a tight tussle between Cambridge, Westlake, and St Kentigern. I think St Kentigern just slightly ahead of Westlake. Cambridge ahead of both of them. So they'll be racing against the clock or trying to catch up to the Mount Albert Grammar School crew, currently automatically qualifying through. So 250 metres left to travel now. Waikato Diocesan, Georgia Treblico, Casey Spencer, Milan Nordstrom, McLean Stewart, and Cox Maya Trower out in front and continuing to extend. So they really push it home. In the women's club, Cox is for heat number 2. They've extended out to about 2.5 lengths clear. Mount Albert Grammar School really have their racing up. In that battle for third, I think it's St Kennigan's putting Cambridge under pressure, but Cambridge have the advantage with 200 left to go. Westlake trying to push up alongside St Kennigan College. Those three crews racing against the clock. And Auckland Rowing Club Diocesan down here in lane 1 also trying to sneak into the action over St Kent's and Westlake on the far side. But under 100 to go, Waikato Diocesan looking very, very strong. And they will cross the line and take out heat number 2, progressing to tomorrow's A final, as will Mount Albert Grammar School in the West End colours in the middle there, followed by Cambridge, who will be racing against the times from the other 3 heats. In the battle between the Auckland schools, St Kennigan is ahead of Auckland Dio and Westlake, but neck and neck between Westlake and Auckland Dio as they come down to the line. It'll be very close. I can't pick that one. I think Westlake got there over Dio, but St Kent's in front of both of them. Good race there, ladies. Okay, just another announcement. If you have a license plate QBY285, QBY285, you have left your boot open. So your boot is wide open. We now have heats number 3, just looking at the times, 7:43 for Cambridge versus a 7:39. So at this stage, Waikato Diocesan number 2, waiting for the times from the third heat, but they are looking good to qualify through to tomorrow's A final. Heat number 3 now. Lane number 1 is St Kennigan College, travelling well. Lane 2 is West End Rowing Club. Lane 3, Aramaho Wanganui. Lane 4 is North Shore Rowing Club. Lane 5, Cambridge. Lane 6 is West End Rowing Club number 2. Lane 7, Hamilton Girls. And it is a very good performance here happening from a Westlake Girls High School. So North Shore number 1. In the middle, lane number 4, they would have 2 or 3 lengths advantage over St Kennigan College number 2 down here in lane number 1. But St Kennigan College number 2 also looking good with 2 automatically going through from this heat. And then a really great tussle against the clock. So Waikato Diocesan's 7:39 and Cambridge Rowing Club's 7:43. 7:39, 7:43 are the times to beat. And the crews going for those times is West End Rowing Club and lane number 2, but I think Cambridge in the middle there, Cambridge, they're currently ahead of West End. Then we go out to Hamilton Girls High School on the far side, those 3 crews racing against the clock. But it's a fast finishing Cambridge crew here racing against the clock. It's just edging a little bit further away from West End, but out front, less than 50 metres left to travel. Westlake Girls High School in the North Shore colours will take out heat number 3, progressing through to tomorrow's A final in the women's club Cox 4. St Kennigan College number 2 will take out second place and they'll automatically progress through. And West End still just about a length back. Not sure. No, they're not going to catch Cambridge. So it's Cambridge Rowing Club who will be racing against the time set by Waikato Dio. And Cambridge Rowing Club number 1 in the second heat as to who progresses through to the A final tomorrow. Regatta. In heat number 1, it is because there are 4 heats, we will see the first across the line in each of these heats progress through, and then the next 4 fastest across the 4 heats. So relatively cutthroat progression system. In lane number 1 we have St Kentigern College number 2. Lane 2 is Waikato Diocesan. Lane 3 is Rotorua. Lane 4 Whangarei number 2. Lane 5 is Tauranga. Lane 6 Starboating Club number 3. Lane 7 is Auckland Rowing Club number 2. And lane 8 is Cambridge Rowing Club. And it's all lane 1, St Kentigern College number 2, who have really flown down this inside lane here, and they would have 2 lengths advantage over Rotorua. Rotorua currently holding on. I think, Rotorua is just slightly over Whangarei. Whangarei had been ahead of Rotorua, but they've just had a bit of a mishap, unfortunately. And they've now been overtaken by Tauranga as well. So yes, St Kentigern College number 2, well and truly out in front, looking to automatically qualify. The other 2 behind them will be racing against the clock, just looking at Whangarei to see, they've not got back underway yet. It's such a shame. So it's Tauranga now, Tauranga and Rotorua who will be racing against the clock in that 2nd and 3rd position. Of course, theoretically, all 4 of these next crews could get across if they are the fastest across the 4 heats. So after Rotorua and Tauranga, we look over the far side, it's Cambridge number 4 and then Auckland Diocesan number 2, that Whangarei crew has stopped dead in the water, unfortunately, so they will have to look towards the next regatta. They've had such a formidable women's novice sculling program across the season. So hopefully they put this one behind them and bounce back. But out front, 300 metres left to travel now for St Kentigern College number 2. Isabella Ware, Hannah Gordon, Mia McKendry, Annabelle Smith and Cox, Jenna Robinson. Looking very strong, continuing to push away from the opposition as they cross 250 to go now with a good 4 lengths advantage over Rotorua. Tauranga about a length and a half back from that Rotorua combination. On the far side, and great little tussle there between Auckland Diocesan and Cambridge 4, and I think Auckland Dio has now just got in front of them. Whangarei thankfully back up and running. So 150 metres left to travel now for St Kentigern College. They just need to keep themselves composed and together, and they will take out that A final position tomorrow in the Div 2 novice women's sculling. 100 metres left for them. Rotorua now against the clock, as is Tauranga. Dio have really pushed away from Cambridge on the far side. And they continue to push away, so good little whine there from Auckland Diocesan. They've got their boat speed up and running away from Cambridge over there. But St Kentigern College will get the tick next to their name. Well done, St Kentigern College. Progressing through to the A final. Rotorua, Tauranga, Auckland Dio and Cambridge racing against the clock. Rotorua will cross in second, followed by Tauranga, and then out to Auckland Diocesan and Cambridge. All right, we now have heat number 2. This is actually event 58, not 59 like the graphics say. So it's the second division of the women's novice Cox quadruple sculls. Heat number 2 in cutthroat progression with one going through. The rest have to rely on times. In lane number 1, we have West End Rowing Club. That will be Mount Albert Grammar School. Lane 2 is Hauraki Plains. Lane 3 is Porirua. Lane 4 is North Shore Rowing Club. Lane 5 is Cambridge Rowing Club. Lane 6 is Gisborne, and Lane 7 Star Boating Club. And they have progressed through with about 12:50 to go. Lane number 5, Cambridge. Cambridge have a length advantage over North Shore Rowing Club, who in turn have a length advantage over Porirua. So Cambridge looking good to qualify, and they only won through North Shore and Porirua racing against the clock. Just pick up what those times were like in that first heat. So one in a time of 8:20. Second place, 8:34 was Rotorua. 8:34 currently the benchmark time across the heats. Cambridge just putting in a bit of a move here as they approach 500 metres left to travel. So they've started a bit of a push to move away from North Shore, who are slowly being caught by Porirua. About 300 metres left to travel, and still Cambridge out front. Maggie Denise, Leah Garing, Stella Muir, Maddie Stokes, and Cox Daniel Ritchie, extending their advantage over North Shore. Bad strokes there from North Shore. That's allowing Porirua just to get back up alongside them. They've been holding on to second. 250 metres left to go for North Shore and Porirua, and it's all to play for. The time they have to beat is at 8:34. Porirua now up to second. North Shore trying to reel them back in the last 250 of this race. But Cambridge looking good to join St Kentigern College number 2 from the first heat in the second division of the Novice Cox Quadruple Sculls. North Shore back up and running now, trying to reel back in. Porirua have taken second place. I think that's given Porirua a bit of confidence because they're now starting to erode Cambridge Rowing Club's lead. North Shore just starting to put them under a bit of pressure. 100 left to travel. We look back to the race for fourth. It's between Hodaki and Gisborne. So both those crews have a slight advantage over Star. So 100 metres left to go now. Cambridge well and truly in control. We'll put a ticket by their name. They will progress through to tomorrow's A final. And Porirua and North Shore will have to race against the clock and see if they can make it through on time. Right, we now have the third heat of the Div 2 Novice Cox Quadruple Sculls, and this one it's Auckland Rowing Club in lane number 3. That'll be Auckland Diocesan. Lane 2 is St Kentigern College. Lane 3 is Star Boating Club. Lane 4 is Cambridge Rowing Club. Lane 5, Whangarei. Lane 6 is Cambridge. And Lane 7, Counties Manukau. Again, it's 1 through. If I just look to the time of that second place, 8:42. So it's a little bit quicker than the Rotorua time. They're set by Porirua. So Porirua now looking like they're in a bit of a position to make it through. North Shore closely followed behind them, 8:44. Sorry, have I got that right? Sorry, Rotorua got 8:34, so Rotorua currently looking good. Porirua and North Shore having to wait for the rest of these heats. We now go on to the heat that's coming down, and it's the light blue from Whangarei, Indy Henry, Arabella Monteith, Pippa Ryder, Sienna Salville, and Cox Brooke McKaysey in the lead at the moment, being chased by Cambridge Rowing Club, who I think this is the closest we've seen number 2 placed crew, second crew, up alongside the leaders. So, and they're giving it their all. So this is going to look interesting for times. But it's Whangarei, 250 metres left to travel now, being chased and pushed by Cambridge. Then we come down to St Kentigern College number 1. Of course, the St Kentigern College number 2 crew got through in that first heat, but I think this heat is a lot faster on times. Then we go to the middle, which is Cambridge. Whangarei giving it their absolutely all, just starting to move away now, 200 to go. Push away from Cambridge, but that Cambridge number 2 crew outside of them doing well here. I think they will look to have the fastest time out of the 3 heats we've seen thus far. Of course, the next is the 4th and final heat. So 100 to go now for Whangarei. They've got that length advantage. Cambridge really giving it their all, racing against the clock now. Then we go back to St Kentigern College number 1 with 100 to go. So good effort here from Whangarei, who will take out heat number 3 and automatically progress through. So tick next to their name. Then we go to Cambridge. They've drifted back a little bit in the last 100 or so. We'll see what time they bring in shortly. All right, now we have the 4th and final heat of the 2nd division of the Novice Cox Quadruple Sculls. Just looking at the time from heat number 3. And as expected, it's 8:19 for that Cambridge crew, so they have absolutely blitzed the time. It's definitely the fastest heat out of the three thus far. And in fact, third place was 8:34, which is on par with Rotorua. So very strong heat number 3 there. And if we go to heat 4 now, coming down, Star Boating Club in lane 4, Cambridge 3 in lane 2, Whangarei 3 in lane 3, St George's in lane 4, Bay of Plenty Coast lane 5, Auckland Ryan Club lane 6, and Cambridge on the far side. And it's Auckland Ryan Club. That will be Auckland Diocesan number 1. They have absolutely streaked ahead. This is probably the largest margin we've seen across these heats. They're about 5 or 6 lengths clear of Cambridge Cambridge and Whangarei 3. So Whangarei still very strong across the board with their scullers, their number 3 combination racing against the clock here with Cambridge. But Auckland Diocesan just really composed very strong here in Div 2 of the novice Cox quadruple sculls. They have about 250 metres left to travel. So well done to Auckland Diocesan. Now they will be automatically qualifying through here in Div 2 to the final tomorrow. And then we will go back to a really close race between Whangarei 3 and Cambridge, who will be racing against the clock as to who gets through. Cambridge number 1 from Heat 3 currently with the fastest time. So they, I think, will look good to make it through to the A final tomorrow. But Whangarei 3 here fighting to join them as they just have a mishap in the last 50 metres or so. Cambridge now pulling up. Both these crews can still make it. They've just got to get back on and absolutely push dead heat to the line. So we have to see what times they produce and who progresses through in this Div 2. I'll now hand you over to Vicky, who will take you through Div 1 of the Women's Novice Cox Quadruple Sculls.
Hello everyone, well you thought you got rid of me, and you haven't. I'm back again. Oh, got a working screen. This is very fancy. All the years I've been doing this, I've never had one screen like this. You can see you all on the bank. It's quite amazing, you know, I can't see you out the window on the bank, but this is close up and personal. We're just coming along to Kings and Dial and Auckland Grammar. It's me. So we obviously have drones up. This is fantastic. Okie dokie. On the water, we have the Women's Novice Cox Quadruple Sculls. And this is very kindly sponsored by Rob Bristow Rowing Images. He takes the most amazing pictures, and if you can't find them on rowingimages.com, your offspring certainly will. Okay, on this race, Heat 1, Waikato Diocesan School in lane 1, it's crew number 1. It's first through to the A final, winners takes all. In lane 2, St Kentigern's College, number 1 crew. In lane 3, Cambridge 21. In lane 4, Counties Manukau, number 1 crew. In lane 5, North Shore number 1, who's leading the charge home with significant collateral there. Lane 6, Star Boating Club number 1, who's on the shoulder of North Shore. Then we go back. Yeah, it is North Shore's leading the charge. On their shoulder is Star Boating Club. Then we go back to Hawke's Bay number 2 crew, and then back to Auckland number 1 crew. So the progression here. I was just talking to some friends outside. I think, it's the scale. Rowing has become such a popular sport, and the amount of entries we have to let everybody have a race, that brings it down to the progression being quite cruel in my book. It's hard. It's tough to qualify, and the cream rises to the top, as you know, in these instances. So we're coming down here. Waikato Diocesan just out the back on this one. St Kentigern's College, Cambridge and Counties Manukau, making a good fist of it. But North Shore just out there leading the charge home. The nearest contender to them will be Hawke's Bay. It isn't Hawke's Bay, it's Star Boating Club. Sorry, it's Star Boating Club is going to be the one in near. Well, Star Boating Club and St Kentigern's College now coming up. Will they be one of the second fastest finishes? Well, we don't know. This is the first heat, and we'll have to watch and see what the heat times look like across all of them to see. There's 6 heats to see who's going to be the fastest. With North Shore has taken that out. And Star Boating Club, yep, well done girls. Star Boating Club, your second heat just Pips and Kents. So I'll keep you abreast of the times on this so that you can work it out and you're ready reckoners yourselves. Okay, so that was heat 1 of the Women's Novice Cox Quadruple Sculls, kindly sponsored by Rob Bristow Rowing Images. So on the water now is the second heat, and a full lineup again. Gosh, the quadruple sculls, double sculls, they're all popular events. In lane 1, we've got Cambridge 11. In lane 2, Hamilton Girls High School, number 3 crew. In lane 3, Clifton 1. In lane 4, Aramaho Wanganui. In lane 5, Star Boating Club number 2. In lane 6, Counties Manukau number 2 crew. In lane 7, St George's 11. And in lane 8, West End 31. So who's who in the zoo here? Well, they're approaching the 1500 meter mark here. Gosh, it's looking a little blustery out there, but gloomy and dark. And they're what I call they're in the middle 500. So this is where it really starts to hurt. This is when the lactic acid is really building up in the athlete's legs and other parts of their body, but it's taking effect, and you just have to rely on your training. You have to remember your training, you dig in deep, and then very soon you're in the last 500 and home is in sight, and you can row through that pain, so I'm told. Not you find me doing it. I do erg, but you can stop when you're erging. You can't really stop in the middle of a race. So it's the first through to the A final. Who do I think is leading the charge home? Well, I think Cambridge in the inside lane is not to be forgotten. I think Hamilton Girls High School, this at pace is a little hot, too hot for them to handle. Clifton, who are in the sights of the cameras, travelling really well here, and just looking close up through the 1500 metre mark. Home is in sight. They know what they're doing. The camera just doesn't pan out enough to capture Cambridge. And I think maybe Cambridge are now too far behind, but we will see. Aramaho Wanganui in there with a shout, but they'd have to do something pretty spectacular, and Clifton need to fall off the proverbial cliff. Then we've got Star Boating Club and Counties Manukau. They're a wee bit neck and neck, and then we go back to St George's and further back to West End. So in the last 500, coming up to the 1750 mark, Clifton, I think, are putting even more distance on in the water. Just not sure. I do actually think Cambridge is maybe a little off the pace here to catch Clifton. I'll get the time for the first heat. The first heat was 7:53:16. And the second person through, which was Star Boating Club, was 8:05:08. So let's see what this heat does it. But Clifton owning this really, really well. And actually, just as they come through the 1750 mark, I think Aramaho Wanganui is, oh gosh, maybe not actually. It could be our friends Cambridge. But neither of them, no other crew is going to touch our friends Clifton here. Really comfy, know what they're doing, good level of support for them. Coming through here, just sticking to the knitting. Well done, nice swing. Well done, Clifton. That's you through to the A final. And Aramaho Wanganui, you might be one of the fastest qualifiers. I don't know. And then Cambridge, third. Gosh, there's a good screen we've got here. The other thing you've got to remember with these young women is they're novices. So, you know, they're learning what these oars do, what they can do with these oars, what the boat can do, what it can't do, and just the technique that goes into it. It's quite amazing. So that was Clifton took that out with Aramaho in second place and Cambridge in third. Coming thick and fast. It's interesting now I've got a view of the start. This must be the fourth heat that's just sitting in the starting blocks, because the third heat is very much on the water. We've got Hawke's Bay Lane 1, Star Boating Club number 5, Crew Lane 2, Mercer 2 in Lane 3, Whangarei 1 in Lane 4, Hamilton 1 in Lane 5, Rotorua 1 in Lane 6, Clifton 3 in Lane 7, and North Shore 2 in Lane 8. Goodness me, this is just cracking, having this screen here and being able to see what's going on in the zoo. Well, the time for the second heat was 7:34:03, and the second fastest finisher 7:47:15. So that was Aramaho Wanganui. The first heat, just to remind you, was North Shore won it in 7:53:16, and the second was 8:05:08. So at the moment, the second heat's the fastest heat. What will heat 3 do for us? Ooh. So as I've mentioned before, it's gloomy out there. It's a bit dark. We need the sun to come out. Hawke's Bay in lane 1, just a little off the pace. Star Boating Club 2 off the pace for this. Mercer also off the pace. But Whangarei, and I'm looking at my screen, Whangarei, these girls know what they're doing. It's lovely to see all their heads facing forward, nobody looking out of a boat. Don't spoil it, girls, don't spoil it. Tom Murray will call you out if you look out the boat. It just slows you down and distracts you. And your coxswain, I've got quite a good picture of your coxswain. They're managing to give it absolute luldy. God, I'd like to be a fly there, hearing what you've got to say. And then on the shoulder, Hamilton Rotorua. And then Clifton 3, and then back to North Shore 2. So Clifton number 1 set the fastest pace in these heats. Gosh, I don't know whether I want to look at this screen anymore. It looks as if it's about to bucket down. And I don't have a raincoat. And that water, yes, just looks a little, oh, what's the word? I'm going to have to find a better word than the one I was going to think of. So Whangarei, we've got Tana Godfrey, Anna Baradell, Imogen Williams, Sina Cook, Miller, Anna Powell is the cox. This is coached by Chris Williams and Stuart Widger. So these girls have been listening to their coach. They really just, oh goodness me, and they also just seem to have picked their rating up and are whizzing down the last 100. And they've got some really good cheering going on down there. Very good cheering. And then we've got Hamilton, and then we've got Rotorua. So I will keep an eye out for you and tell you what the time was of this race. And that's Hamilton just through, followed by Rotorua. I think I probably all told you while you're all freezing out down there, and maybe frequenting Gourmet Delicious and Podium. But we as volunteers get served very well with hot sausage rolls and tomato sauce. And these have arrived in little tinfoil packets, and I'm going to be very generous and give mine to Jack O'Leary because I've eaten mine downstairs. And Jack is on the live stream and used to be one of our elite rowers and then saw sense and is pursuing other things. So we've now got the women's novice cox quadruple sculls, heat 4. Have we got the results of heat 3? No, not yet. What I can tell you is we've got a full lineup of boats in this dark and grey, but not quite stormy weather. It's sort of Wuthering Heights, isn't it? Right, lane 1, if I can see them, is Gisborne number 2 crew. Next to them is Hamilton 21 in lane 2. In lane 3, we've got Tauranga Rowing Club in lane 3, number 1 crew. In lane 4, St George's 31. In lane 5, Bay of Plenty Coast number 1. In lane 6, Waikato number 1, in lane 7, Petone number 1, and in lane 8, Star Boating Club number 3. First through to the A final, plus the 2 next fastest. I've got the times up. So Whangarei won in a time of 7:57.77. and the second was 8:12.95. So it is still pretty sure. Yeah. Clifton set cracking pace at 7:34, and their second was 7:47. So their first and second were faster than the winners of the other two heats. So what is heat 4 going to produce for us? It's a bit more spaced out. So Gisborne lane 2, Hamilton 21 in lane 2, Tauranga in lane 3. They're making a good fist of it, Tauranga, but they're behind the person who's out front. That's a bit of an oxymoron. St George's off the pace. They have plenty off the pace, but it's the Waikato crew that is setting the pace. Yep. And then we've got Petone, and then we've got Star Boating Club. It's the Waikato crew, and who is the boat? So in the boat is Madeline Waddell, Chloe Parker, Helena White, Savannah Bork, and George McIntosh. And they're coached by Angela Bork. And they've got some good support too. They're coming down here. It's not a fast heat, I could tell you that. But they are sticking to their knitting. They're concentrating on their technique. And in these novice boats, it can all go really tits up if you don't concentrate on your technique. And we've seen it an awful lot of occasions. So it's lovely to see. Whoops, you see, we've got one over there, the Petone boat. They're catching quite a lot of fresh air there. But Waikato stuck to their knitting. Well done, you are through to the A final. And Tauranga, you will just have to see if you're one of the fastest qualifiers. Then we've got Gisborne in the inside lane. Out to Petone on the outside. And we come back to St George's. Oh, goodness me. That was nearly a bad word. That was unfortunate for Waikato. Horrid when that happens, but keep going, girls. Well done. Well done. Yes, you're through. Now you can gather yourselves. And then Hamilton's just cast the line. Well done, Waikato. That'll give you a fright. But at least you didn't end up the drink. Right, we're on our fifth heat. The Women's Novice Cox Quadruple Sculls. Still sponsored by Rob Bristow Rowing Images. Thank you, Rob. First through to the A final, plus the two next fastest. In lane 1, Auckland 31, Madeline Worrell, Sophie Prescott, Ada Finlow, Emily Keane, Charlotte Robertson is the Cox, coached by Ella Ryan and Casper Hammond. In lane 2, we've got West End 11, Abby O'Connell, Chloe Whitehead, Jade Phillips, Michaela White, and Pieta Cumming is the Cox, coached by Sarah Simpson. In lane 3, Tioa Mutu number 1 crew, Aria Manning, Isla Crowley, Mayara Moi Moi, Elizabeth Rice, Pua Jacob is the Cox, coached by Isla Mexed. In lane 4, Hamilton number 2 crew, Millie Haggard, Amelia Shira, Helena Fuana Haggy, Faye Yale, Haley Cutler is the Cox, coached by Annabelle McRoby. In lane 5, goodness me, Clifton number 2. Well, will they come close to what Clifton number 1 did? They hold the fastest heat at the moment. Winner of their heat, Tabitha George, Orla Honeyfield, Kate Pease, Hannah Honeyfield, and Oliver Gusterkamp Young is their Cox, coached by Gus Berger and Joe D. Haskell. Petone Composite, number 2 crew in lane 6, and that's Petone in Hawke's Bay. Lani Daly, Mary Lou Walpert, Georgie Beeling, Annie O'Sullivan, Miller Sarby, coached by Kevin Stevenson. Hamilton Girls High School are in lane 7, and this is the number 2 crew, Eliza Chandler, Caitlin Ross, Aisha Khan, Connie Snell, and Monique Austin is the Cox, coached by George King. And over in lane 8, and travelling well, is Hauraki Plains number 1, Taylor Batchelor, Lily Hammond, Mary Thomas, Zana Slavic. Zara Siddons is the Cox, coached by Faith Ball. Now remember, it's winner takes all really in this. And it's Clifton. Well, I should not sound surprised because Clifton number 1 crew has really knocked the socks off everybody so far in times in qualifying their boats for this final. So I'll just until I was licking my fingers. So the first heat 7:53.16, and the last 2 heats 7:57.77 and 7:57.23. Clifton won in 7:34.03, and this is their second crew coming down. And gosh, they're going well and knocking the socks off everybody else, keeping to their technique, not getting flustered, not getting hustled, not at all. And that doesn't take away from Hauraki Plains in the far lane going well, and also Auckland Dio in the inside lane. These are novice crews. So people who master their technique well at this age have an advantage, and Clifton, all 4 in that boat, really have mastered their technique. So well done, Clifton. You are the winner in that race. Your coaches will be pleased. Then we go over to Hauraki, and then back to Auckland Diocesan. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, now we are on the final heat. I haven't actually got the times up yet. Now, Hamilton Girls High School in lane 5 are not in lane 5. They've come out. Now, just to let you know, if you're watching any of this on your live feed, we have a static camera up at where the canoeing building is, which is just on the far side of Rowing New Zealand, and we also have one just along from the tower here. And normally when we're live feeding much of our competition, we have drones up. But while it's raining, I was just saying to Jack, can't have the drones up. A bit like my hair, you know, go all funny in the rain. Except for I think drones are probably a little more expensive than my hair, albeit I think lots of husbands would disagree with that. Anyway, they judge it by their own haircut, men, don't they? which is a bit sad when you pay $25 to get your hair cut. Anyway, you're more interested in what's going on in the water here. We've got West End 12 in lane 1 who are going well. Going really well because they're far up there. Lane 2, Aramaho Wanganui, they're keeping pace with lane 1, just about. Lane 3, Porirua, they're just not in contention at the moment. Wanganui Collegiate, they are putting a real stamp on this race. Then we've got Mercer number 1 and Back to Star Boating Club number 4. So the challenge here for me is Wanganui and West End and a little bit of Aramaho Wanganui. And it just depends how fast this West End crew comes up in the inside lane. But at the moment, I'd say it is Wanganui Collegiate, Charlotte Abita, Davidson, Ashley Morton, Neve Rabite, Harriet Douglas and Abby Shaw, coached by Tyler Scott and Rick Grobecker, over Gabriella Fullerton Smith, Shara Fody, Madison Bruford, Madeline Gimlet and Caitlin Lawrence, coached by Sarah Simpson. It is this Wanganui Collegiate crew. Aramaho Wanganui seem to be getting there, nose out in front. Madison Williams, Isla Jones, Bailey Barnett and Mila Pound and Lauren Davies. But it's Wanganui. Wanganui, take this out in a convincing fashion. Well done, Wanganui. And we've got a ding-dong, a ding-dong, 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 ding. So the ding went to Aramaho and the dong went to West End. So Aramaho were second and West End were third. And Wanganui took it out. Let's just get the times for you. So Clifton 2 in the 5th heat with a time of 7:54. And I suggest that this is probably not the fastest heat either. What is, where have I done my phone? What does the trusty weather map say? Oh, should pick the phone up. Somebody's been a naughty boy or girl. So there's a vehicle parked in the buses section. It's a white AWD Ford SUV. Name and shame, NCC 564. A white AWD Ford SUV NCC 564. You need to move it into parking on the other side of the buses. So could you please do that, PDQ? Thank you. NCC 564. And while I've just been doing that, the last race has come up. So Wanganui Collegiate was the slowest heat at 8:01. So the fastest heat was the Clifton heat. Clifton number 1 crew in the second one, I think, was their sidekicks. So 7:34 was the Clifton race. So if you're in there, you've probably got a chance of being the second fastest qualifier, and that would be Aramaho Wanganui. That was a great race. It's amazing, you sit up here and you watch a whole lot of races and you go, gosh, what was the best race? Some of them just stand out. Now here we've got the men's novice double sculls, and I think this is it is Wanganui Collegiate, Matthias Pa and Toby Corcoran have taken that out. Gosh, and that we've obviously got a whole lot of these races coming along because it's burst through to the A final. And Authentic Oars, this is Rob over on Authentic Oars, is very kindly sponsoring this set of racing. and see Rob. He's got the lovely miniature oars, complete replicas of the boating clubs, your blades. He's got lots of other bits and bobs there. There's memorabilia to thank people. I've got some of his stuff in our home over the years. They last a really long time, and you'll be in for a good yarn when you go up there too. So that's Authentic Oars. They're just below the cafe on the bank. Oh goodness me, this weather is changing. It's revolting. What is my weather map telling me? It just is picking up here. We'll be keeping an eye on this. We really put safety at the top of everything we do. So, piddling down now, according to my little thing. Too wet, actually. A wind factor of 3. Yeah. Well, the gardens and the grass will get a good water. I just always wary of our athletes getting cold. Anyway, on the water now. Well, Bay Plenty Coast come up my camera in lane 4. So yeah, and I can see down the track Bay Plenty Coast going well here. First through to the A final. This is Logan Lance and Jacob Trillo, coached by Ted Phelps, leading the charge home here. And these smaller boats, and they're lighter, you know, it makes it, you know, we've got to be very vigilant on health and safety, because it's when boats can tip, you can catch things. You got not any white caps yet, but I can't see up to the start. But it's not the easiest of things to row in this weather, and particularly novice crews, light boats, you would rather, well, I'd rather they weren't, but that's my preference. In lane 1, we've got King's College, Henry Warren and Lucas Barron, coached by TK McLaren. Lane 2, Star Boating Club, Murdo Bartram and Jasper Anderson, coached by Peter Craig. In lane 3, Waikato 11, Finley Taylor Gill and Paul Wilson, coached by Carly Corboy and Bradley Kingma. It is the Bay of Plenty coast boat, Logan Lance and Jacob Trillo, that have led this very, very convincingly from start to finish. Cambridge 11, Hamish Sampson and Dylan Cobus, coached by Carl Manson and Elsa George. Lane 6, Whangarei 2, Sam Mendeno, Tamate Caldwell, coached by Chris Massey. Look at this boat from Bay of Plenty Coast, motoring home. They don't look like novices, do they? And then we've got St George's 11 out in lane 7, Alexander Falconbridge and Mita Pecoran, coached by Alan Vester and John Cook. And then Gisborne 3 out in lane 8, Tag Cooper and Finn Robertson, coached by Luke McKenzie and Peter Simmons. So we're coming down here, Waikato giving it Lalde, and over in Cambridge, so Cambridge out, take it, then Waikato, then we come down to King's College in the inside lane, Star Boating Club. Or is it? It actually could be Hamilton, and then, well, Star Boating Club stopped a bit too soon. Yeah, I know it felt like the end of 2K, but it wasn't. You won't be the first that's made that mistake, and you'll never make it again. My son once lost a medal by stopping too soon. He'll only ever make that mistake once. Is it raining? It is raining. It's a holiday weekend after all. It should be raining. take our hat off to these young men on the water. It'd be pretty grim out there. This is the third heat of the men's novice double sculls. Progression first through to the A final. I suppose it'll be nice and warm because they're working very hard there. Okay, well, I take my hat off to anybody who rows down in these conditions. I know they'll be warm, but that's about the only thing that's going for them. So at lane 1, we've got St. Paul's Collegiate, who have been having a really interesting time on the water in the girls' program and the men's program. Then in lane 2, Hawke's Bay number 4. In lane 3, Bay of Plenty Coast number 2. In lane 4, it's Aramaho Wanganui, Achilles Paikea, and Kainan Brewer. Now, they are bringing it home, but they have some real competition from North Shore. Number 1 crew in lane 5, that's Bruno Martinez and Samuel Wild, coached by Chris Brake. So this is a bit of a ding-dong. Now, Aramo has the march. They have probably half a boat length, but these are novice rowers, so everything can go upside down, particularly if North Shore decide they really want to have a crack at it. And then we've got St. Paul's Collegiate in the inside lane. In fact, you're going to have to just move. But it is Aramaho. Well done, Aramaho. Then North Shore. Well done, North Shore. And then St. Paul's Collegiate. Then Bay of Plenty Coast. Race 173, men's novice double sculls. The fourth heat. Gosh, and this is spaced out. And we seem to have got everybody started. I can't see everybody. I can tell you that Clifton is going well. That's where the camera appears to be on in lane 4. And that is Jasper Sullivan Usher and Oliver Colace, coached by Gus Bergen and Jody Haskell. And the wind is picking up. You can see the flag. So these rowers are battling not just each other, but the elements as well. We've got Hawke's Bay number 1 in lane 1. Kazuki Bocock, Carlin Johnson, coached by Ross Webb and Craig Valentine Woolley. Then back a little bit in lane 2, we've got St. George's 31, Lucas Powell and Finn Cresswell, coached by Kieran Smith and Danielle McComish. And in lane 3, also just back, we've got Tauranga Boys College number 1, Peter Brown and Aidan Soper, coached by Sarah Coatsworth and Craig Bocock. Clifton number 1 bringing the boys home, Jasper Sullivan Usher and Oliver Colace, coached by Gus Bergen and Jody Haskell. Lane 5, Aramaho Wanganui, Jordan Hallett and Christian Curionia. And lane 6, Waikato 12, Danny Robert and Ben McCarthy, coached by Kylie Corboy and Antonio Van Dursen. But look at these lads from Clifton. These are novice double scullers. Look at them go. Really good. And then we've got Gisborne, number 2 crew out in lane 7, Sam Wallingford and Curtis Wiley, coached by Luke McKenzie and Peter Simmons. So well done to the lads from Clifton. Well done to all these athletes on this water today. And, you know, it's no picnic out there, that's for sure. Well done, Aramaho. And then we've just got Hawke's Bay come through. You've just got to be conscious of all our boats on the water when the weather starts to turn a little. We've got safety boats out there, so please do not worry if you're a parent. The safety boats are there to go and rescue our athletes should they tip out. And if it gets really turbulent, we stop. I think we might have had a tip out. The safety boats onto it, my binoculars aren't quite good enough. Okay, we're now in the 5th heat. Of the men's double sculls, sponsored by Authentic Board. That's Rob over on the bank just below podium. In lane 1, we have Mercer, Liam Murphy and Noah Murphy, coached by Jim Matchett and Rob Holmes. In lane 2, we've Wellington number 2 crew, Luke Barrington and Sam Ting. That was going to be Tam Singh, but it's Sam Ting, coached by Chris Jones. In lane 3, we've got Clifton number 2 crew. See what they can do. That's Jack Hurley and Jack Fuller, coached by Gus Bergman and Jody Haskell. In lane 4, so lane 4 is travelling really well. That's Cambridge 21, Dennis Mayo and Max Fielder, coached by Chris Thorson. And we've got St George's 32, Thomas Hulbert and Tyler Warren. In lane 6, we've got Wellington, Amadeo Survey and Doyoung coached by Chris Jones. And then out in lane 7, we've got Hawke's Bay number 3, Joss Massingham and Riley Russell, coached by Ross Webb and Craig Valentine Woolley. Now that crew and the Cambridge crew in lane 4 are going head to head. And Clifton are trying to just get back in this race, but struggling. But Hawke's Bay, oh my goodness, we have a race. We have a real race here going head to toe, bow ball to bow ball as they're coming through here. They're going really fast. I think Cambridge has got the momentum here. Yeah, Cambridge has got it. Unless they do something daft. Cambridge has got it. Well done, Cambridge. Cambridge through. Hawke's Bay second. Clifton third. Mercer is fourth. And then we're back to St George's. On the water now, the women's intermediate single sculls, and we've got several heats. First through to the A final, and then the 3 next fastest. Now this is the grade up from novice, and we've got a full lineup. Difficult to see these boats. 1, 2, 3. I can only see 7 boats on the water. I've got them now. Oh, goodness me. What a spaced out race. In lane 1, Whangarei 2, Hiniwai Baltus, coached by Chris Williams and Stuart Woodger. Lane 2, Wellington 2, Kate Edwards, coached by Chris Jones. Lane 3, Waikato Diocesan, Jessica Hawkes, coached by the Dio coaching team. In lane 4, hang on a tick. This is King's College bringing the boats home at the moment. I'm very excited about that. Ione Edie, coached by Charlotte Freeman. Now she sticks to her knitting. She's going to bring this boat home well and truly. We've got Jessica Hawkes, Waikato Diocesan in lane 3, lane 5, Okatani. Goodness me, Iona's got such a lead here. Well done to King's College. That's a real feather in their cap. Not something that we see that often. Well done from a single sculler at King's. Well done indeed. And then Whakatane, Porirua, lane 7, West End 11, and lane 8, Auckland 31. But well done to King's College. Congratulations to them. As I say, it's not often that we see, it's a wee while, several years since we've seen a dominant single sculler. So from Kings, so that's nice to see a win there. It's nice to see other schools coming through. Now, we've got our second heat of single scullers. Poor lasses out in this shitty weather. Race 176, and all our volunteers and all our supporters. You know, it's end of January. I know we were expecting it. Did it really have to turn up? Well, it has put in an appearance. Let's see if I can give you any info on Heat 1. So, Heat 1. King's College took that out in a time of 8:30.84. Porirua was second in 8:37.73. Auckland 31, 8:40.99, and Whakatane 8:56.88. Then Waikato Diocesan, Whangarei, West End, and Wellington. So that was the results of the first heat. Now we've got the second heat. Coming down, wanting to get out the rain really quickly. We have a full lineup here. We have Waikato number 2 crew, Hansi Wong in lane 1. West End number 2, Tarani Emos in lane 2. Hamilton Girls High School, Elite Rolton. In lane 4, Rotorua number 1, Francis Hazeldine. Lane 5, Cambridge 1, Senga Hickson. In lane 6, Aramaho Wanganui number 2, Ella Waddy. Lane 7, Xanthi Headley from Mercer, number 1 crew. And in lane 8, St George's 12, Emma High, coached by Keith Hibbard. So our little ding dong here is Cambridge and Rotorua. So Rotorua, Francis Hazeldine, and Cambridge Senga Hickson are really going on a ding-dong here. But it is Senga Hickson that's got the march here over Frances, unless Frances can find something in her tank that we can't see up here. And Jack, you're a better door than a window. Goodness me, it's fast, it's close, it's close, it's close, it's close. But Cambridge got it. Cambridge hung on. And Frances, you could be one of the fastest finishers. So these collection of heats for the women's intermediate single sculls are kindly sponsored by Aotearoa Boat Company. And winter, it doesn't actually, it's a bit lonely in there, looking out my window, but it is the stand just under the tree, black and red and white. And it's also got Wintec. And they've got some really good deals on boats, international boats available here in New Zealand. So that's Aotearoa Boat Company. Okay, this is the third heat of the women's intermediate single sculls. In lane 1, Sienna Frethi from Cambridge 12. In lane 2, Hamilton 1, Maria Raidmaker. Lane 3, Whakatane number 2 crew, Grace Armunger. Lane 4, Waitemata 1, Rose Hinton. And it's Waitemata's Rose Hinton that is bringing it home. Then we have Hauraki Plains, Paige Tavita Williams. She's just sitting on the shoulder there, but it is going to be Rose. We'll take the honors here. Well done, Rose. Then Hauraki's Paige Tavita Williams. Then back to Hamilton 1, Mary Raidmaker. And then bringing in 4th, Cambridge 12, Sienna Frethi. Then we go out to the far lane, that's Wellington 3, Maeve Sorensen. And then Whakatane number 2, Grace Armunger, just through. And then we go over to George's Lily West. this is just shitty weather for people to be rowing in, and particularly the lightweight boats. Now that's my spot of commentating over and out, and I'm going to hand you over to John Cook, who will entertain you for the next hour and a half. Thank you all very much indeed. Keep safe in this lousy weather, and enjoy the rest of the rowing program. Thank you.
Thanks, Vicky. This is John Cook now, and we can see lane 3 doing very well here from St. George's, 31. Pretty wet conditions at the moment here at Lake Karapiro, makes it a little bit more difficult to see these crews, but we can see the St. George colours. St. George 31, Kiana McCallum, coached by Denzel Christian. We then go further out to Rotorua. It'll be Sarah O'Driscoll out there in lane 5 in the red with the green hoop. Very hard, so it's the red boat of St. George's leading out there. Then we go right down on the inside. There's an Auckland sculler there, Auckland 32, Sibylla Thompson. Then right on the outside, we can see that's the St. Paul's Collegiate there in lane 7. It's fairly close, but this St. George 31, Glendowie College, Kiana McCullum, she's got the lead as we come down first to the A final. Then it's all on times. So these other girls going good. Inside the last 50 metres, and it's all St. George's. She's got Clearwater on the field. But then it's a line-up of 3, all coming to the line now. St. Paul's Collegiate on the outside. Rotorua poking their nose ahead. They're stroke for stroke as they hit the line. Who's going to take the stroke? I think it was Rotorua. Very close with St. Paul's Collegiate. Auckland finish next. Then we go back to the Whangarei Sculler, Counties Manukau, and across to Gisborne. That was Heat 4 of the women's intermediate single sculls, won by St. George's 31, Kiana McCullum. Next race coming down the track and coming up to the last 500 metres. If I call you through them. In lane 1, Hannah Syme from St. Paul's Collegiate. Lane 2, Ava Kilmeister from Petone 1. Lane 3, Abigail Roy from Aramaho Wanganui. Lane 4, Milan Tenakori from West End 1. Lane 5, Waikato, Elise Smith. Lane 6, St. George's 32, Hannah Strang. And on the outside, Wellington, Isabella Sears. So we're still rowing in formations there, and it's the yellow boat of West End. We can see the yellow boat of West End in the middle of the field, West End in the white with the black stripe. That's Milan Tenakori, coached by Nick Dorr and Xavier Simpkin. She's got a clear lead. We can then see that green boat in the middle of the field. And in the green, that's in the traffic light colours of Waikato. And then we look Just back, we look down into lane 1, which is St. Paul's Collegiate Hannah Syme. So it's Milan's beating Elise from Waikato. We've got Hannah right down the inside in the St. Paul's colours. And we go right across to outside of Waikato, the St. George 32, Hannah Strang. So that's what we're looking first for. Right in behind them in the yellow and red is Aramaho Wanganui, Abigail Roy, and she's being followed by the Petone Sculler, Ava Kilmeister. But it's West End out in front. You can see that yellow boat, and then it's the white boat way down the inside and the green boat towards the outside. I think it's Waikato clearly in second towards the outside, sitting in lane 5. And then down on the inside, we've got St. Paul's Collegiate. But it's the first one that goes through, and then it's all on times. And clearly in front, just cruising now, drop the rating down. This nice yellow boat is Milan Tinakori. She will qualify through as the fastest winner of this race. Next fastest go through to the other finals, so they'll all be going for time, and they're working hard all the way to the finish. Waikato go across. St. Paul's Collegiate coming up in the white boat now. Then we go out to Aramaho Wanganui in lane 3. Go across now, right to the outside. We've got Hannah Strang from St. George's, and we get the bright yellow of Tony coming through, and then the Wellington Sculler. That was heat 5. Coming rapidly now, we have the men's club coxless pairs. Lane 1, Auckland Grammar. Lane 2, Hauraki. Lane 3, Wellington. Lane 4, Star Boating Club. Lane 5 in the middle of the field is St. George. Petone in 6, North Shore in 7, King's College on the outside. And we've got North Shore prominent, and we've got a crew down the inside. That's Hauraki Plains in lane 2. We've got St. George then sitting behind them in the middle of the field. They're in the red. It's North Shore on the outside. It's Hauraki down the inside. Inside, tucked inside of Hauraki, right on the very inside is Auckland Grammar. So, could be Hauraki or North Shore. Hauraki, I think, over North Shore. St. George in the middle. Then you go right to the outside, which is, just checking the colours, it's King's College right there on the outside. Back on the inside, we've got Auckland Grammar. It's all about times as we go to the end. Fighting it out. Hauraki down here in lane 2 in the bright orange with the bright orange blades and a white boat. They, I think, are leading over North Shore out there. Then it's a battle between St. George, King's College on the outside, and Auckland Grammar sprinting down the inside. Auckland Grammar just going into the boys now, heading out into lane 2. Often in these coxless pairs, the one person can pull the others round. They need to change their steering. They're in the wrong lane. Auckland Grammar coming back into their lane now, but the battle's out in front to see who will win. It's Hauraki and North Shore. Hauraki down here on the inside as they come up to the line. North Shore towards the outside. Coming up to the line, I think it's North Shore got their nose in front. Yep, North Shore by 3/4 of a length over Hauraki, having a few bad strokes at the end. Then goes King's College, then Auckland Grammar, then St. George. Crossing the line now is Wellington. Then the yellow of Petone in a battle with Star. They'll go across together. So this men's clubless coxless fair here. It's first to the A final, then it's all on times for the B and C final. So we're going back up now and coming up to the 500 to go. We've got King's College in 1, Hamilton in 2, North Shore in 3, Wellington in 4, Auckland Grammar in 5, Wanganui Collegiate in 6, St. Kenneth College in 7, West End 33 on the outside. These men's club coxless pairs, these racing sponsored by SL Racing, the boat builder from the Hawke's Bay and Napier, SL Racing, sponsor of these races. And we got a clear leader in here in the next heat. We can see them in the middle of the track. Remember, these are seeded from previous races, and doing very well is the Wellington crew. Wellington in lane 4. If you're looking on the screen, they've got the big white hoop round the middle. They're in the maroon colours. They're leading in the middle of the field. Then we go towards the inside, down in lane 2. We can see the Hamilton colours, so it's the Wellington crew of Bone and Newton, coached by Matthew Hall in the lead. Dougherty and O'Brien from Hamilton coming down in lane 2. That's coached by Blair Curry and James Ingham. We then have also got next to them outside in lane 5, the dark blue and the yellow gold boat of Auckland Grammar. That's Alex Merrilees and Adam Redshaw, coached by Sam Hevelt and Matt Jensen. Coming up to now, 100 metres to go. Wellington are through. Quite a battle here between Hamilton and Auckland Grammar for the second place. North Shore sitting in behind them. Wanganui Collegiate going a bit off course towards into St Kent's Lane. We're coming up to the line now, no doubt about the winners. They're just cruising across the line. They've done enough. It's Wellington. Next in will be Hamilton, just pipping Auckland Grammar by a canvas. We go out to Wanganui Collegiate. North Shore on the inside and St Kent's cross together, back into Kings, back into Westlake. That was heat 2 of the men's clubless coxless pair. And the rain's getting heavier here at Lake Karapiro. Not nice conditions to be rowing. We're now starting to look at heat 3. We've got St George's on the inside, Takapuna Grammar in 2, Wanganui Collegiate in 3, Tauranga in 4, Waikato in 5, Wellington in 6, Star Boating Club in 7, Auckland Grammar on the outside. And we've got a crew coming down this inside lane. That's the St George crew, and out in the middle, have a look. Got to get my binoculars out to look at this. It looks like the Waikato crew out there. That's Foley and Moon. And St George's, Dickens and Taylor right down the inside. Further out we can see prominent Auckland Grammar towards the outside. Then we're back more in towards the middle, and that'll be Tauranga. But putting up a good race coming down the inside. St George challenging Waikato. Good race from the St George boys. This is Taylor and Dickens from St George. And they're neck and neck with Waikato. They're going through the boys together. St George, they've taken a canvas. St George are ahead by a canvas over Waikato as they near into 280 metres to go. Sprints going on now from the Waikato crew to stay with the St George crew coming down the inside. St George go through with 250 metres to go. I'm pretty sure they're in the lead. Bit hard to see on the angles. St George down in lane 1. Taylor and Dickens over the Waikato combination of Foley and Moon. Close finish, first through to the A final. Both crews now struggling to go straight towards both on their outside boys. Waikato having a really good dig down into the last 100. Here they come. Waikato have got their nose in front of St George. St George will have to lift again. It's going to be a real close battle to the finish line. There's less than a canvas in it as they come down. Waikato putting in some big ones trying to get to St George. St George go again right before the line. Will they get there? Who's going to take the stroke? Maybe the inside crew. There was be less than 1 foot in that race. Great race between St. George and Waikato. Be very interesting to see who wins that one. Crossing the line. Now, just before was Tauranga, Auckland Grammar well on the outside there. Collegiate coming up now over Takapuna Grammar. Collegiate in the blue and black checks. And then we have also coming up to the line, having a good battle, the Star and the Wellington Cruise. Star in the blue and white hoops on the outside, Wellington on the inside, and they go across the line simultaneously. So some great racing in that heat number 3. Heat number 4, they're coming down. We can see Takapuna Grammar on the inside, North Shore in 2, St. George in 3, Auckland Rowing Club in 4, Wellington Rowing Club in 5, West End in 6, and King's College in 7. Out in front we see the Auckland colours, that's the red and the black stripes in their white boat. Fryer and Edie, coached by Peter Mills. They're leading this one down. They look like they're pretty comfortable. North Shore 4, Rhodes and Tomlinson. They're on the inside. Then we go right to the outside, and right to the outside is also Auckland. Is it Auckland or Kings? King's College, sorry, on the outside, but hard to see the colours in this rain. But it's Auckland Rowing Club. They've got a 2 or 3 length lead over the North Shore combination. The Cryer and Edie leading Rhodes and Tomlinson. They've got a good 3 lengths. We go out to the outside of Kings, and then we've got the St. George 31 crew of Preston Blair and Finley Christensen. They're the schoolboys. I think that's an under-17 combination from Glendowie College in the St. George colours, but clearly out in front, cruising now to the line, long and strong, Auckland Rowing Club. Had a good race yesterday in the preliminary of the Coxless 4. Second in the 8 yesterday, those 2 boys in the heat. They crossed the line first. North Shore come across second. King's College on the outside. They'll grab third. They go across the line now. St. George, they'll come in 4th. Then there's a real ding-dong battle between Wellington and West End, both sprinting for the line. I think Wellington just took the stroke to get there over West End. And back on the inside, Takapuna Grammar. So back up the track. They've gone through the 1,000 metres. We're now the final heat, heat 5, first progressing through. We've got Star Boating Club on the inside, Wright and Mallet, Auckland Grammar, Burrell and Taylor, King's College, McGann and Roberton, St. George Glendowie College combination of Ison and Cook in the middle of the field in lane 4, Wallace and Little from Auckland, Jameson and Song from North Shore in 6, and on the outside the West End Mount Albert crew, which is Coates and Duffy. Clear in the lead, middle of the track. The St. George combination, Zane Cook and Frank Ison, they're leading this final heat in the Coxless pair, and they've opened up lengths on the field, making sure they're going to get through to this A final. Remember, the winner goes through automatically and the rest are on times. They're having a good race here in lane 4, the Glendowie College boys. And they've opened up 3 or 4 lengths on the field. There's that red crew on your screens. With the white down the side, that's St. George's Rowing Club. And they are leading with 350 metres to go. Then we've got a bit of a battle for the second place. Just outside of them, we've got Auckland. Further out, right towards the outside, we've got the White of West End. That's the Mount Albert Grammar crew, coached by Alex Brown. And then down towards the inside, we've got that familiar gold boat of Auckland Grammar in lane 2. So they're having a good battle in for second, third and fourth. But clear leaders, St George, Cook and Ison. Need to straighten up on those boys. A little bit hard to come straight there. He's starting to ease it down now. They've got this win. Coming down now, St George, 3 or 4 lengths. They just dropped it right down to 20 rating. Cook and Ison. Real battles going on for times between the others. We've got West End and the white on the outside. We've got Auckland in the red and black in the middle. We've got Auckland Grammar in the dark blue and the yellow boat down on the inside. St George cruise off for the win. They'll go through to the A final in the men's club coxless pair in this last heat. Who's going to grab second? It's the Mount Albert West End combination in the outside, number 31. They'll get it over the Auckland crew, who'll take it the length. There's Auckland Grammar. Then coming in lane 3, we have King's College. Then there's a good little battle at the back of the field. We've got Star 32 on the inside, having a real race with the crew in lane 6, which is North Shore 3, and they'll actually go across the line together. So that finishes the men's club coxless pair. All the heat winners go through. And the next race on your screens is the men's intermediate single sculls. We've got Jenkins from Porirua on the inside, Van der Vegte from Hamilton in 2, Zeng from Waitemata in 3, Cameron Elliott from North Shore in 4, Nathan Helms from Bay of Plenty Coast in 5, Oscar Strick from Taupō in 6, Sam Hartford from Wellington in 7, and Quinn Vivian from Aramaho Wanganui on the outside. This is Heat 1. Men's intermediate single sculls, 600 metres to go, and showing out prominently through the rain, looking on your screen is the red and white checks in lane 2. That's Alex Van der Vegte from Hamilton. My memory serves me right, he was previously at Counties Manukau, Van der Vegte. He's rowing for Hamilton in lane 2, coached by Blair Curry and James Ingham. First goes through, and he's opened up a few lengths on the field. So he's sitting pretty comfortable with 300 to go. We then look as the rain continues to pout down out to the Bay of Plenty Coast sculler. Pretty sure he's in second. That's Nathan Helms, coached by Ted Phelps. In behind them, a little bit more packed up, and behind them we've got the Cameron Elliott from North Shore and the Mercer sculler. Sorry, the Taupō sculler in lane 6. A little bit familiar colours in the blue with the gold in the middle. Mercer and Taupō. But it's all Hamilton. All Hamilton is 200 to go, and he's sprinting as well, although the first qualifier, so he's making a good race of it. Back in second, we can see the green and white on Bay of Plenty Coast. But it's the red and white of Hamilton in the white boat. Coming down in lane 2, Alex Van der Vegte. He'll win this and qualify through to the A final. Bay of Plenty Coast, Nathan Helms, he needs to keep going because the next finals, there's an A, B and C final, and you can get in there on the fastest times, making it fair for everyone. He's gone there through with 100 metres to go. We then get Cameron Elliott. Cameron Elliott, accomplished masters rower, rowing in the intermediate grade. probably quite a bit older than all the others. He's doing very well in lane 4. He's coming in 3rd place. Outside of him, we have the Topo Scholar, Oscar Strick. Then we go back to Zeng from Waitemata battling with Wellington on the outside, which is Harford. I think Wellington's just slightly ahead of him as he comes up to the line in lane 7. Yes, Wellington will go across. Then Zeg from Waitemata. We're then looking back to the tail of the field, and it's Jenkins from Porirua having a good battle with on the outside Vivian from Aramaho Wanganui. As they come up to the line now, almost together, Aramaho will just pip that over Porirua. Heat 1 of the men's intermediate single sculls. I see here in Heat 2 we've got a bit of battle on in the middle of the course. Waikato, Caleb Blind, just narrowly ahead from the crew on his inside. Arthur Crimmins from Bay of Plenty Coast. So there's less than a length in it. Winner goes through to the A final. Can Bay of Plenty get up there on Waikato? Waikato in the green boat and the traffic light colours. They've got the lead at the moment. Waikato number 2, Caleb Blind in lane 4, narrowly over Bay of Plenty Coast, Arthur Crimmins, less than a length. Inside the last 100 metres, still 3/4 of a length to Waikato over Bay of Plenty Coast. Down on the inside, we then have Havenhouse from Cambridge 11, he's lying in 3rd. It's still Waikato, half a length. Here comes Bay of Plenty Coast. 1/4 of a length. Couple of strokes to go. On the line. Together. Have to leave that for the judges. Great sprint there from Bay of Plenty Coast. Cambridge go across in 3rd. Very, very close, that race. Whangarei going across with Wellington on the outside. Hauraki Plains down on the inside. Then we go back to the Black of North Shore. Very close race in that Heat 2. Waikato or Bay of Plenty Coast. Heat 3's underway. Hawke's Bay in 1, St Kitts in 2, Wellington in 3, Star in 4, Hauraki in 5, Waikato in 6, Cambridge in 7, and St George on the outside as they're getting near the 500 metres to go. Just trying to see the colours. We've got a clear leader down towards the inside, and it's the Wellington Sculler. I think that's lane 3. And also prominent is St George. Right there on the outside, but I'm pretty sure it's lane 3 in the lead. as they go through with 500 metres to go. There's a little bit of angle on the screens. Wellington in lane 3. That's Guy Curry Stanton, coached by Matthew Hall. Prominent up there's Xavier Warren St. George on the outside, and also towards the middle of the track, in 5, Hauraki Plains, Daniel McLaren, sorry. Also just in behind them's the St. Kent's colour in 2, but it's all Wellington. Wellington leading St. George. St. George right on the outside. Wellington there with the white hoop. Cameras spanning wide now to get them both in, but it's Wellington in the maroon with the white hoop. He's steadied it down now. He's got the thing. Xavier Warren on the other hand on the outside sprinting. He goes through the 100 Wellington. He's still got 3 lengths covering St. George's, so he's just cruised it down, looking across, making sure he qualifies first. Obviously Warren on the outside looking for time. Try and progress through to one of the finals. We then have Hauraki. So they come down to the line now. Wellington go across a length and a half over St. George. Then we've got a battle now coming between St. Kent's on the inside, Hauraki on the outside. Hauraki has his measure in lane 5. Hauraki will go across, then St. Kent's. Then we've got quite a gap back to the other scullers. Heat 4, St. George's, Gisborne in 2, Tauranga Boys in 3, Cambridge in 4, Tauranga in 5, St. Paul's Collegiate in 6, West End in 7, Star Boating Club in 8. Heat 4 approaching the 500 metre mark. If you're watching this on TV, we don't have a drone in the air today, so there are some angles because they're from stationary cameras positioned into the last 1,000 metres. So they're trying to get the crews in screen, but it's not necessarily the angle, but we can see this yellow boat in the lead. Very hard to see now, even through the binoculars, as this rain continues to pelt down at Lake Karapiro in the North Island Rowing Championships. Heats today, final starting later this afternoon. And it's Tauranga Boys College, number 1 in lane 3. That's Julius Lunenberg, coached by Richard Gee and Nicola Austin. He's got a clear lead. Sitting outside of him in the next lane, but probably 3 to 4 lengths behind, is the green boat in the dark bluish colours. That'll be Cambridge 1, Josh Hutton, coached by Full Pitch. He's in second. Then we look right towards the outside. And that's the blue boat. That'll be a Mount Albert Grammar boat in the West End colours. Joshua Murphy, coached by James O'Sullivan and William Tucker. He's holding 3rd place in this men's intermediate sculls. Heat 4, first go straight through to the A final. but it's Tauranga Boys as he comes down to the line with 4 or 5 strokes to go. He's got 40 metres on second place, who have got 20 or 30 metres on third, and then there's another 40 metres back to the next crew. It's a well-deserved win there. Tauranga Boys. Second going across now is Cambridge, Josh Hutton. Third on the outside there, Joshua Murphy from West End. We then go back to Patrick Nellis from Tauranga. Tauranga in the yellow with the red stripe down the middle. They're coming up to the line in about 3 strokes. Following them in the green boat is the St. Paul's Collegiate Sculler. That's Charlie Percy, coached by Martin Simaselli. And then following that, we have the Star and Gisborne Scullers. So to give you an idea of visibility, live on the course here, I'm struggling to see the 1,000 metre mark. So I can see about 500 metres from the control tower, and after that, it's just rain. Not nice for the spectators. If you're watching on the live stream, we do have a live stream running. It's slightly delayed from what you see on course by about 200 metres, but the live stream is running on the YouTube channel, on Karapiro Rowing's YouTube channel site. If you want to watch the live stream of these races, we can see the crews in race I. They're sitting in the start. So, they're held at the start. I is sitting at the start in the starting blocks as we have this torrential downpour. There is no race on the track at the moment, but I is sitting in the starting blocks. That will be Heat 5. We have footage there on the screen of the Petone Sculler, Luca Mitchell, coached by Sarah Houston Eastergaard, sitting there patiently in lane 2 in the bright yellow colours of Petone in his white boat. 4 boat holders and having to lie there trying to get an umbrella a bit to cover him, but that's really hard when you're holding on to the boat. As we wait for this driving heavy rain to move through the course. Not great spectator weather right at the moment. Most people huddled under umbrellas or in tents on the terraces. So this Heat 5, when it does start, waiting in the start, we've got Cambridge in 1, Petone in 2, Clifton in 3, Waikato in 4, St. Paul's Collegiate in 5, St. George in 6, Star Boating Club in 7, Hawke's Bay Rowing Club in 8, and I'm just going to sign off for a couple of minutes while we wait for this downpour, and now I'm struggling to see 500 metres in front of me, so we've got very poor visibility with this heavy downpour occurring at the moment at Lake Karapiro, and we've held at the start. Boys sitting there patiently in the blocks, but they are obviously waiting for clearance for visibility. have started, but because they're only rating less than 20, I'm going to presume they've been told to paddle back down the course. So although they are on the racetrack, they are just paddling. So I think there's going to be a slight delay here. Racing is on hold. Racing on hold. So while it's on hold, you could always go along and duck into one of the tents of our wonderful sponsors sitting there on the back. I can see Wintec Racing in the red and black. I can see Rob McCarthy there from Authentic Oars. Going to chat to him about his miniature blades. We've got Laszlo, we've got Crew Room. We've got tents I can see. Ice cream cafes open. Racing is currently on hold. Okay, so we got them lining up back in the start. Come back into the starting blocks now. Got a crew lined up there in the men's intermediate single. They're getting ready in the starting blocks. Racing about to get underway. Men's intermediate single sculls. 5 scream. Waiting to get this race underway. We've been very heavy rain. Close up more in lane 5, St. Paul's Collegiate, fair weather. Now see 4 of the ones in the block. Lane 3, lane 4, lane 5, lane 6. Heat 5 has started. Go. Go. Ralph 22. Ralph are underway. On your screen, you watch this live. We see Heat 6 sitting in the block. Heat 5's gone away. That was a close up of Nico McConnell. They called 11 down the left as the ready to go in the race. I'll get these singles to try and catch up time. I've got my binoculars on looking at the haze. The only thing I can see in the middle of the course, there are scullers there, but the only thing I can see is the umpire's boat. Some little blurry dots in front of it. Stage in Heat 4, Heat 5, Heat 6 sitting at the start. very blurry as they go through, but I think it's lane 4 and lane 5, Waikato and St. Paul's Collegiate showing out. I think Waikato's leading St. Paul's Collegiate. Very hard to see through the binoculars. Waikato in the traffic light colours in lane 4, St. Paul's Collegiate in the white, yellow and black hoops. McLean's has dropped back a little bit. I can see Petoni's dropped back a little bit. Clifton hanging around there. He might be with the St. Paul's guys. That's Hamish Perry from Clifton in lane 3. So my best guess at this stage is Waikato, St. Paul's Collegiate and Clifton in the middle of the field. Crew towards the outside, Star Boating Club isn't too far behind them. And there's a crew right down the inside, Cambridge 32, that's Benjamin Klein. Pretty sure the action's in the middle of the field with 750 metres to go. Maybe the Clifton Sculler. I think the Clifton Sculler's been moving through that field. Clifton, Hamish Perry in lane 3. Now he's in the light Cambridge blue with the white hoop, and he's moved through on Waikato and St. Paul's Collegiate. Lane 3, first to go through, coming up to the 1500 metre mark, 500 metres to go soon. I'll get a quick shot as they go through the yellow boys, hopefully it's not lined up. Clifton goes through, Waikato goes through, St. Paul's Collegiate go through now. So Clifton gone to the lead over Waikato, lane 3 over lane 4 and lane 5. These pictures you're seeing live at an angle, shot back from the 700 metre mark. But if we look at it from the control tower here, we can see the light Cambridge blue of Clifton's taken the lead in this race. In lane 3, that's Hamish Perry, coached by Jason Williams and Greg Cox. He's shading Ryan Tony, Waikato 11, probably from St. George. That's Kylie Corby, the coach with Antonio Van Dusen. Sorry, that's Waikato 11, yep. And outside of them is St. Paul's Collegiate, Liam Fairweather, coached by Martin Sally. We then go back right down on the inside to Cambridge 12, Benjamin Klein, coached by Josh Tour and Kerry Wilkins. We then go towards the outside where we have Star Boating Club, which is Oliwig in a battle with St. George Tian Lu. Here we come down, 200 metres to go. The Clifton Scullers sprinting now for the line. Waikato and St. Paul's Collegiate are chasing them. It's the Cambridge blue colours of Clifton, having a great regatta. Very well, doing very well in the small boats. Clifton Rowing Club. Even the boats white with Cambridge blue on the top. Here they come down inside the last 100 metres. About 7 strokes to go, and it's Clifton. He's got a length on the field. He's got clear water. Cambridge is coming down the inside, challenging up for the second and third spot. It's quite a line-up. St. Paul's Collegiate. Clifton's going to take the win. Right in behind him on the far side, St. Paul's Collegiate. Yes, by a canvas over Waikato. A length back to Cambridge down on the inside. And then about 50, 60 metres back to the Star and St. George crew. And a gap back to Tony. That was heat 5. Next one down the track is heat 6, and after that we'll be going to the men's senior singles. This men's intermediate singles sponsored by Laszlo Boats. Senior single will be the next set of racing up, and the women's senior single, both senior singles sponsored by Waipa District Council. Then I presume there'll be a bit of a break before we start finals racing.